Chapter 642. Looking at his friends who were lying on the ground, unable to get up, Li Peinan's heart was set ablaze. That was his personality. My life is in my own hands, not the heavens. In the previous battle with Master Zheng Qin, the trump card that turned the tables came from the ancient place where he learned his skills. It was a powerful sword plate. In the inheritance of the sword vein, people were already used to the inner sword's sword pellet and the outer sword's sword box's flying sword. In fact, swordsmen had other ways of storing swords, for example, the sword plate. The sword pellet was hidden in a cultivator's sea of consciousness, while the flying sword was kept in the sword box on the cultivator's back. The sword plate was in between the two. It coiled up the flying sword like a soft sword, and then placed it in the middle dantian to be nourished and released to kill. It was exceptionally sharp. Compared to the sword box in the sword vein, it was hard to say whether the flying sword in the sword box was more powerful. Or was the flying sword in the sword plate more powerful? Anyway, based on his personal experience, he carried both the sword box and the sword plate. In comparison, there was no difference between the two. In terms of power, the sword plate was heavier because it was nourished in the middle dantian where mana gathered. In terms of agility, the flying sword in the sword box was more flexible, but there were two advantages. The flying sword in the sword box was not as good as the sword plate. First, it was concealed. Without the sword box, there was no need to carry it all the time. It was invisible like the sword pellet, and could be anywhere at any time without being disturbed. Second, it was preserved. The sword plate could be passed down through generations, unlike the flying sword in the sword box which had to be cultivated by oneself. It was useless to take other people's flying sword and could not be controlled. The sword plate could be passed down from master to disciple, and from disciple to disciple, but whether or not it could release its greatest power was another matter. In the secret place he entered, there was such a sword plate. After 100 years of hard work, he finally kept it in his dantian, and it became his greatest weapon in battle. However, although this thing was very powerful, it was a one-time attack. In other words, with his current cultivation, it would take him several days to fill up the sword disc. Moreover, it would only release one sword. If it couldn't kill anyone, it would become a useless disc. He would need to store it in his dantian again to store energy for several days. It was equivalent to a treasure that could only be used once every few days. Wizard Zheng Qin had seen through this, which was why he dared to come looking for him without fear. He judged that he only had the ability to wield an axe, and would not be able to continue after that. This was the double-edged sword left behind by a great cultivator. It had benefits, but it also had helplessness. It was impossible for him to move unhindered in the cultivation world with it, because this was not his true strength. Only when he reached the Yuanying stage could he truly unleash the power of the sword disc. But when he reached the Yuanying stage, his flying sword and sword disc would naturally have a qualitative improvement. At that time, they might not be much inferior to this sword disc. Right now, he was only using this ability in advance, and it was a one-time use. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Using power that was beyond one's ability would definitely have some kind of restriction, and it would not be a reckless squandering. In terms of effect, this sword disc of his was already very abnormal. It made it difficult for him to find a worthy opponent in the Jindan group. In fact, in terms of cultivation, vision, experience, and overall, he had not reached the stage where he could see all the mountains and small mountains. He did not have any advantage over those disciples of the sect. His success lay in that sword disc. Striking out a sword amidst the crisscrossing sword light, a sword with a power that was poles apart from his own ability, would not give the opponent any time to react, and he would succeed in one strike. Because it was also a sword disc, no one would think too much about it. They would only think that this was the power of his flying sword. Therefore, the only sword that could possibly threaten the enlightened Yuanying was the ancient sword disc. If it was another opponent, he would look for an opportunity to use it during the battle. But when his opponent was a Yuanying like Wizard Zheng Qin, what was the need for him to use other methods? It could not be used to attack or defend. When the ultimate move lost its suddenness and concealment, its effect would naturally be greatly reduced. The opponent would have countless ways to deal with it. He was hesitating, unable to find the most suitable time to use his sword. Wizard Zheng Qin, who was in the sky, did not give him much time to think. Under the shroud of spiritual pressure, a huge medicine bowl flew towards him. It was neither fast nor slow, as if it was giving him a chance to use his sword. He was an alchemist, so he was most familiar with the things he used to refine medicine. It looked funny and clumsy, but it was actually very stable. When it attacked, it could suppress 1,000 catties. When it defended, it could not be penetrated by wind or rain. It was perfect for single-target physical attacks like flying swords. Wizard Zheng Qin did not go easy on him at all. As a veteran Yuaniing enlightened master, even if he was not good at fighting, he still had some basic fighting skills. With his old friend's divination, he would not be careless and take the risk to underestimate his opponent. Li Peinan was determined. Even if the opportunity to use his sword was limited, he must use his sword. Even if he knew that the effect of using his sword was limited, it was still better than being caught without a fight. If he was not caught, he and his friends would not be lucky today. Just like what Zheng Qin said, everyone who saw it must die. Not only them, but also the 2 women in the sea goddess palace that he could not forget, and the unknown cultivator who lured him here. He shouted. He did not put down his sword box flying swords that were like embroidery needles in front of Yuaniing enlightened master. Instead, he gathered all his magic power in his dantian. When the magic power in his dantian was activated to the maximum, he exploded. A ray of white light was spat out from his mouth. It was like lightning, flying towards Wizard Zheng Qin. Even the spiritual pressure of Yuaniing enlightened master could not stop it at all. At the same time he used his sword, Li Peinan felt all the hair on his body stand up, as if the god of death had just passed by him. He was very confused. Wizard Zheng Qin was obviously defending against his sword box at the moment and did not have time to deal with him. What was with this sudden feeling of death? Could it be that this was Zheng Qin's scheme, luring him to use his sword while harming him? When did Zheng Qin, who was outstanding in alchemy, have such a brilliant tactical ability? But he quickly realized that he was wrong. The danger of death came from behind, from the sea goddess palace. It was a very strange-looking flying sword. It had an irregular sawtooth shape, and its entire body was grayish-black. It flew without a sound, and its aura was not obvious. If this thing had not brushed past his neck, he would not have discovered its existence. After flying slightly further, he could clearly see this strange-looking flying sword with his eyes, but he could not sense it at all with his divine sense. This thing was actually an absolute god. Li Peinan's sword box shone brightly. Even the starlight in the sky could not hide its brilliance, as if it was the only thing in the world. The rogue cultivators lying on the ground looked at this sword nervously, because this would determine their life and death. If it succeeded, they would live; if it failed, they would die. There was no third possibility. Zheng Qin's medicine bowl suddenly expanded, from the original size of a person to the size of a mountain. It completely sealed the sword box's possible changes in sword path. In such a short distance, it was impossible to go around the medicine bowl's sword path, so they could only crash into it. Amidst the loud noise, the sword box and medicine bowl collided and cut, creating a teeth-numbing sound of metal scraping, accompanied by an almost inaudible groan. Chapter 643. Before the crowd could react to this brief collision, 6 rays of light shot out from the sea deity hall, as fast as lightning. Following that, a figure flashed out from the hall, shooting straight into the 9 heavens. Under the starry sky, 7 rays of light formed the standard Big Dipper formation. Flying swords swooped down one after another, without the sound of swords whistling, only the light of swords could be seen. After a few breaths, the Big Dipper formation seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the starlight that filled the sky, becoming a part of the stellar sword formation. In the night sky, it was filled with killing intent. Master Zheng Qin was greatly shocked. His old friend's prophecy had been completely revealed, saying that he might die in the hands of Jin Dan. One could not blame the fortune-teller for being vague. The answer to the riddle of a divination would not be directly stated, but would at least give 2 or more answers. His old friend's prophecy was already very direct, but because of this, he did not last for more than a few days. His judgment was not wrong. This Li Jiazi was indeed not a threat to his life. However, the problem was that he had missed out on an extremely important person, the mysterious person who lured Li Jiazi out. Knowing that Li Jiazi's strength was outstanding in Jindan, he still dared to lure him out alone. This in itself meant something. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he had missed out on the most important part. He had been injured from the very beginning, and it was an extremely serious injury. Hidden under Li Jiazi's mighty sword plate was a sinister sword of the Dark Knight. With the sword plate's concealment, it was completely silent. Even Yuan Ying's divine sense, which he relied on, could not help him. By the time he realized that the sneak attack was coming, it was already too late for him to dodge. His most powerful medicine bowl was still clashing with the sword disc. Apart from the limited number of protective shields he didn't have any other means that he could use. He didn't have enough combat experience, and as a non-combat cultivator, he was somewhat powerless in such a sudden chain. Once the sword of the Dark Knight entered his body, it was as if lightning had struck him. His entire body felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and the devastating sword energy rampaged through his body, instantly breaking the normal flow of mana in his body. Although the sword plate's attack had been blocked, the sword formation that followed caused the heavily injured him to run for his life. All of this happened in the short span of 2 to 3 breaths. Yuan Ying's body was obviously different from Jindan's. Under the full force of Lu Xiaoyi's hidden fragrance, if it had been Jindan, he would have died long ago. However, Zheng Qin was still able to barely hold on. As an alchemist, he had an unimaginable level of attainment in the use of great medicines and body functions. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to continue fighting. The fear of the prophecy made him understand that he was really in a race against death. His only thought was to leave this place and never come back. This was a taboo when facing a swordsman. If he wanted to leave, he had to strike back first. As a genuine Yuan Ying spiritual master, he was still at an advantage in terms of magic power and cultivation, even though he was severely injured. He fought back with all his might, preventing his opponent's stellar sword formation from taking shape. Only then would he have the opportunity to retreat. They all knew the logic, but how many of them could do it when they were truly faced with life and death? It was a common phenomenon to talk about strategies on paper. Only those who were the most experienced in battles and grew up in bloody and cruel situations would be able to understand and make the most accurate choice in the blink of an eye. Alchemists lacked battle experience. Prophecies could shake one's heart. When Master Zheng Qin realized that he could not use spiritual pressure to suppress his opponent, the outcome was already decided. I have no enmity with Shen Yuan. Why do you want to kill me? Master Zheng Qin shouted in despair. Killing you is a small karma. Not killing you is a big karma. Lu Xiaoyi was unmoved. The sword light that came down from the sword formation was only the prelude to the sword formation's ultimate attack. It was to cause him to be flustered and lose his footing. The slightest opening caused the 7 stars sword formation to tremble. Even the countless stars in the sky dimmed in an instant. The city wall came crashing down. A magnificent celestial phenomenon was born out of thin air. The golden core loose cultivators below were dazzled by this scene. From the moment Li Peinan attacked until now, not even 3 breaths had passed. The famous Master Zheng Qin of the Cloud Lake Archipelago had died on the island. It was just like his old friend's prophecy. Who knew that such a prophecy was good to listen to? Or was it better not to listen to it? Lu Xiaoyi slowly kept his sword. He did not even look at the scattered bodies on the ground. He only looked at Li Peinan, who was standing there in a daze. Li Peinan was a little unable to bear such pressure. He was very clear that if he had to choose an opponent, he would rather choose Master Zheng Qin than this swordsman who was also in the Jindan realm. Against Master Zheng Qin, he had a lot of battle experience to rely on. However, the person in front of him was different. He was more experienced than him and had killed more people. He unconsciously opened his mouth to relieve the pressure. You killed him. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. His name is not good. He faced the Sea God Palace. Come out. Since you are leaving, I am a soft-hearted person. I will allow you to have a farewell ceremony. Miaoshi and Haiyin walked out with their hands and feet weak. With their knowledge, they could not understand what was happening outside. They only knew that one of the giants in the Cloud Lake had died here. It seemed that there was no room for struggle. Li Peinan's mouth was dry. He had lost the power of the sword plate. He was like a piece of meat on the chopping board. No matter how arrogant he was, he could not say that his life was in his own hand. Limited by his age, he could not say that even if he was poor. This made him feel very aggrieved. Aren't you here to kill me? Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently. There are many ways to solve problems. Killing is not the only way. Besides, today's killing mood is over. Follow me first. I will think of how to deal with you. Li Peinan smiled sadly. Are we going to Xiao Mountain? It doesn't matter. I can't stay in the Cloud Lake archipelago any longer. I owe you my life. You can do whatever you want. Lu Xiaoyi hovered in the air and looked at the busy scene below. Li Peinan was busy taking care of his Jindan friends. He was taking medicine and guiding Qi. The two girls were helping at the side. They cooperated very well. Wasn't it better to do this earlier? So many insignificant things happened. He had to make a trip so far away. He had to kill Zheng Qin. This came from a cultivator's deep judgment of the situation. He was not harmless just because he was an alchemist. It was not good to fight with others. This had nothing to do with kindness or evil. Just as Zheng Qin said, killing them was a small karma. Missing a few would be a big karma. Not only Li Peinan and his friends, but also the three people in the Sea God Palace. This was the choice of those who sought Dao. Although Zheng Qin was not good at fighting, his direction was right. Since they were going to face each other sooner or later, it was better to strike first. When Master Zheng Qin finished dealing with the Jindan outside and started fighting with him, the Shenyuan swordsman, the situation would be completely different. He would not have the chance to sneak attack anymore. He would not be in a state of mental imbalance. When a Yuanying perfected person was frightened by the might of a Shenyuan swordsman and started to fight with him wholeheartedly, he did not know what his chances of winning were. It was impossible to kill him quickly. Once they were in a stalemate, the difference between their cultivation levels would become the deciding factor of the battle. He was a small pond, the other was a big lake. There was no comparison. Chapter 644. Lu Xiaoyi did not kill Li Jiazi, not because he was soft-hearted, but because when he received the mission from Nan Zhenren, he could vaguely understand Zhenren's thoughts. This mission was to solve the problem first. As for how many people the swordsman killed, it was not a crime to Shenyuan. The origin of the disciples of Mount Yi was very complicated, including a wide range of regions. Basically, there were people who admired them in all 7 continents. Mount Yi would also recruit disciples from these places at fixed times to expand the number of students. This was the current situation of Qing Kong, which was completely different from 10,000 years ago. In fact, the Dharma branch would also recruit disciples from the North region, and Mount Yi would also let it be. Even in the North region, which was a sword-oriented place, there were good Dharma branches. Similarly, even in the East Sea and South Sea, where the Dharma branch originated from, there were also people who admired swords wholeheartedly. This was the natural curiosity of humans. Among all the disciples from other continents in Mount Yi, the one with the highest quantity and the highest quality was the Thousand Islands region. Because the Cloud Top Sword Palace had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the trend of learning swords especially around the Cloud Lake archipelago had lasted for a long time. Of course, a place like this that produced excellent disciples could not be casually sent to show off. Moreover, the one who killed was the Jindan swordsman, which was a rogue cultivator. If it fell into the mouth of people with bad intentions, it would be a joke and affect the recruitment of Mount Yi. This was for the public. For the sake of privacy, Lu Xiaoyi also made a small discovery. The moment Li Jiazi used all his strength to attack the sword plate, the intercepting fate ball in his mind clearly captured a trace of fate ball in Li Jiazi's sea of consciousness. This was also a person who was favored by fate ball. No wonder he could become a Jindan in just a short 100 years and become so powerful. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Lu Xiaoyi was no longer the same as before. when he saw other people with fate balls, he was tempted. In fact, until now, he had let go of fate balls many times. On Whirling Star, on Jinxiu, not to mention on the grassland, there was still a large amount of fate balls waiting for him to harvest. He really did not care about Li Peinan's fate ball. Instead, what made him more curious was that he wanted to observe the growth path of a person who carried fate balls closely. How was it different from others? As the saying goes, it's hard for him to make a fair and objective evaluation of his own achievements. However, he could treat others equally. This was the reason why he brought Li Jiazi with him and eventually brought him to Mount Xiao. Of course, there were some other reasons as well. This person was very talented in the way of the sword and had an interesting sword set. However, his state of mind was not completely mature. Mount Yi needed such a strong person to join, and so on. The bustle below had finally come to an end. A few Jindan members supported each other and bowed to the swordsman in the sky. The sensible ones swore that they would not divulge today's matter before setting up the flying boat and returning to the Cloud Peak. Don't you have anything to say to each other? I'll give you a chance to clear things up, but you can't go after me. I don't have the time to travel thousands of miles to deal with your trivial matters. Haiyin said straightforwardly, there's nothing to say. It should have been over 100 years ago, but it's been delayed until now. Even two small foundation building cultivators like us can let it go, but a Jindan like him can't let it go. We just want to live a quiet life and not be disturbed by others, no matter whether you have bad intentions or good intentions. Lu Xiaoyi turned to look at Li Peinan, but he still turned his head away. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Miaoshi snorted, we've never been together, so why do we have to break up? Shangzhen, if there's nothing else, we're leaving. Lu Xiaoyi nodded, are we still going back to Shuiyu Nunnery? Miaoshi sighed, we can't go back. This matter also made us see clearly that there is no absolutely safe and quiet place in the world. So what if we go back to Shuiyu Nunnery? In the future, there will definitely be people investigating Master Zhengqin's death in Cloud Lake. Can we hide? And then be sent out by Shuiyu Nunnery? Life and death, just like this time? We'll go to Incineration Island and hope to have a quiet old age. The two women bowed again, jumped up, and disappeared into the night. It's a very smart choice. As two opposing groups in the Thousand Islands region, the Cloud Lake Archipelago can't reach the Incineration Island. The two female Zhuji cultivators in their twilight years won't arouse any suspicion. It's a good choice. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the backs of the two women and said meaningfully, you see, maybe you have good intentions, but why do your good intentions always bring harm to others? Why do you still have to hide when you're in your twilight years? The two women jumped up, and one after the other, they also disappeared into the boundless sea. Your sword plate is very interesting. Did you get it from exploring? Flying in loneliness, Lu Xiaoyi started a conversation. Li Peinan didn't dare not to answer, yes. When I was in the Zhuji realm, I was hanging around in the outer sea, doing some business without capital. Once, I was chased by someone and had no choice but to hide in a volcano on a deserted island due to serious injuries. Then, I had some fated chances. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was exactly the template of a protagonist. Other people jumped into a volcano and had fated chances, but he was swallowed by a sea beast and had nothing. It was too unfair. Li Peinan thought for a moment and felt that in her current situation, she should express her gratitude to this Shenyuan swordsman. Swordsmen definitely wouldn't care about spirit stones and resources, and swordsmen didn't care about these things. What a swordsman cared about was, that island is actually not too far away from here, and it's not a detour. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look. Lu Xiaoyi smiled, I'm a little tempted. But the sword plate is very different. I think no swordsman can resist this temptation. This is your fated chance. If I go and have a look, it won't affect you, right? Li Peinan complained in her heart. If you're so upright, don't open your mouth. It won't affect me, no matter what, you've saved my life, so it's only right for me to repay you. Moreover, I've already taken away all the fated chances in that place, such as the sword plate. The rest are things that I can't take away. If you go, then it'll be your fated chance. You're quite good with words. Lu Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction. If that's the case, I'll make a trip there. I really want to know what the third vein of the sword vein is, other than the inner and outer veins. He wasn't lying. Swordsmen didn't care about other external things. This was the truth. But there would always be something that would move them. To Lu Xiaoyi, he was now facing a very urgent problem. The scene of the Boang slope in the sword case was about to be used up by him. After he successfully formed his core, his 7 sword spirits started to improve greatly under the support of his more refined magic power and spirit. The fastest to improve were Big Dipper and Four Seasons Execution City. They had already broken through the 90th level and were not far away from the 99th level of the Boang slope. It could be believed that in a few years, they would face the awkward situation of not having a suitable scene to improve their sword spirit. The other sword spirits had also broken through the 80th level and were close at hand to break through the 90th level. This was a problem that needed to be solved urgently, but he didn't have a concrete method now. Remodeling the sword case was the most realistic, but it was limited by the materials. Secondly, he had always been brooding over the fact that he couldn't use his sword in the stomach of the sea beast. If he didn't solve this problem, there would be limited meaning in making a sword case with more levels. The sword plate allowed him to see another direction. So even if he was never a person who liked to explore mysteries, he couldn't help but want to find out. Chapter 645. The two of them discussed the sword plate along the way as they approached the deserted island. This was a very small, desolate island with a radius of 1,000 feet. It was basically covered by volcanic rocks. The entire island was in the shape of a volcano. In terms of size, there were thousands of such small islands in the Thousand Islands region. There wasn't even a space to build a sea god temple. It was obvious how remote this place was. White smoke could be faintly seen coming out of the volcano. This meant that this was an active volcano that was still in the eruption period. As for when it would erupt, only the heavens knew. You're quite brave. You dared to dive into such a volcano? Lu Xiaoyi joked. Li Peinan told the truth. It's not that I'm brave, but there was no other way. There was no road to heaven and no door to the earth. Only by diving into such a dangerous volcano could there be a way to survive. If I changed to a safer place, I would definitely be found. However, after this disciple went in, I found that this volcano was not as active as I thought. The temperature inside was not high either. Cultivators can completely endure it. There should be magma flowing below, creating the illusion of an eruption. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He circled around the island and felt the balance of the 5 elements on the deserted island. As Li Peinan said, the 5 elements were very stable and balanced. It was not the chaotic state before the crack appeared. This judgment could be made as long as one had a little understanding of the 5 elements. From this, he knew that the people who chased after this Li family's son were also insignificant cultivators. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. People with luck were always luckier. Lead the way, let's go in. Li Peinan was in front, and he was behind. One after the other, they entered the volcano. Lu Xiaoyi had overcome his fear of caves through his own efforts. With his current earth escape ability, this kind of terrain could not trap him, so he was not afraid of any possible traps. Li Peinan was very careful in front. He stopped from time to judge and apologize. I haven't been here for more than 100 years. There may be some small changes. We have to be careful. There is no true cultivation array here, nor is there any fluctuation of spiritual vigor. It is purely set up by the methods of the mortal world, so if a cultivator uses their divine sense to investigate, they won't find anything. The reason why I was able to escape back then was because of the special structure here. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. It's a careful arrangement. However, there's also a problem. If one day, the earth really cracks, this arrangement won't have any protective power, and the inheritance will disappear. Or, is there someone who can predict the geological changes of tens of thousands of years? Li Peinan agreed. The person who set it up probably didn't intend to preserve it for so long. It's just that the stratum of this sea has been stable for tens of thousands of years. It's just a coincidence. The two of them went all the way down, sometimes squeezing through the crevices of the rocks. After a while, they came to the side of a big rock. Based on their senses, they were already 1,000 feet below the sea level. However, the surrounding environment was not very humid, and the airtight environment was very good. There's a hidden mechanism here. I've already dismantled the trap. I don't know if anyone else has come here in the past 100 years. Li Peinan was standing at the side. He did it very slowly so that the swordsman behind him could see more clearly. When it came to secret exploration, there were countless rules. If you don't want to trick others, you must show your actions clearly to your companions. Don't hold on to the idea that only you can know your secrets. Otherwise, people will think the wrong way. The Shenyuan swordsman had been carefree ever since he came down. However, the more he behaved like this, the more careful Li Peinan was, because this meant that this person had his own unique skills. Exploration was a skill that almost every cultivator, whether they were individual cultivators or cultivators from sects, involved in all aspects. Of course, he didn't know that Lu Xiaoyi was really a layman when it came to these things. He had never had such an experience before. When the big rock fell, Li Peinan specifically warned, "Don't use brute force on this rock. I think that if you use brute force to break it open, it will cause seawater to pour in." Behind the big rock was a small stone room. Looking deeper, there were 2 more stone rooms scattered around. The ceiling was inlaid with luminous pearls. Of course, for cultivators, this was meaningless. There are 3 stone rooms in total. There are no living things, no remains. It should be a place to store the inheritance. There are many places like this in the Thousand Islands region. I've been there several times. This place is simple and crude. But what's surprising is that the things here are not simple and crude. Lu Xiaoyi carefully observed the outermost stone room. There was a niche, a cage, and a table. There were only 4 bare walls, and they were clean. He couldn't help but laugh. "You've emptied it." Li Peinan was a little embarrassed. At that time, I was poor. Everything was good for me. However, most of them were materials and spirit stones. Many of them were rotten. Lu Xiaoyi activated his eyesight and saw a stone tablet in the niche. On it was engraved, "Cloud Topsword inherited by Shuang." It seemed that it was the work of a cloud topsword cultivator called by Shuang. To be able to dig out such a space in the volcanic rock, it was a little difficult for a Jindan cultivator to do so. It was most likely a Yuanying cultivator. As for the reason, only God knew. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi's puzzled look, Li Peinan hurriedly said, "There are 3 stone rooms. There's nothing in this outer room. There are 2 inner rooms. One of them contains cultivation techniques and elixirs. I've taken the cultivation techniques, but the elixirs are useless. All of them have expired and rotted. The other inner room contains the sword plate, which is the one that I used. The strange place that I told you about is here." The 2 of them walked into one of the inner rooms. It was also very simple, but there was a jade table in the middle. There was a sword rack on the jade table, but it was bare now. Lu Xiaoyi only felt that the power of the 5 elements here was somewhat special. Before he had time to think about it, Li Peinan had already took out his sword plate. There was nothing to hide. His skills were inferior, and his life was in the hands of others. He couldn't be too stingy. When he placed the sword plate on the rack, the sword plate immediately moved. It floated in the air, and the flying sword began to slowly straighten, showing the state of attack. When it was completely straightened, it started from the other side. The whole process was like a small greenish-gray snake, coiling clockwise, then straightening, then coiling anti-clockwise, then straightening again. This cycle repeated, as if it was alive. When the flying sword was completely straightened, it had the shape of a standard external flying sword. When it was completely coiled, it suddenly shrunk to the size of a mustard seed. Li Peinan explained, "When I first saw this sword plate, it was in such a state. There was no formation, no spiritual vigor, and it could bend and stretch on its own. Perhaps it was because it had been moving in such a pattern that it could maintain the spiritual vigor of the sword plate for thousands of years without losing its spirituality. The question is, where did the energy for it to move like this come from? Was it the 5 elements? Or was it yin and yang? Or was it mysterious? At that time, I was only at the last stage of foundation establishment. I couldn't understand it, and I was also afraid of ruining the arrangement. Therefore, I only took the sword plate and didn't touch anything else. I thought that in the future, when my cultivation level was higher, I would come back to observe it again. Later, after I formed my Azoth core, I came again, but I still didn't discover anything. Only then did I feel that it should be the power of the Tao state. In the Jindan realm, the cultivator's understanding of the Tao state was very limited, especially a rogue cultivator like me. I put all my focus on my cultivation level and the sword plate, and temporarily didn't care about anything else. That's why I let it go until today. Fellow Daoist strength, insight, and knowledge are far above mine. Perhaps you can gain something from it. Chapter 646. Lu Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and asked Li Peinan to take down his own sword plate. He then took out a flying sword embryo from his ring and placed it on the plate as well. Miraculously, the flying sword also floated up and started to bend at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It could be imagined that in the future, it would also turn into a sword plate and shrink to the size of a mustard seed. Li Peinan saw that Lu Xiaoyi was very serious and finally felt relieved. He knew that his gift this time was not in vain. I also tried this at that time. In the end, I came to the conclusion that this is a place to make a sword plate. As long as a sword is placed here, it will slowly turn into a sword plate and then be stored in the dantian. However, the speed is very slow. I once waited here for several months, but the sword plate was not completed. So, I really don't know how long it will take. The best way is to place a flying sword here and then go out to do your own things. After a few decades, it will be ready. However, this kind of sword plate technique is actually not much different from practicing a flying sword in a sword case. The power of the sword plate may not be stronger than if I kept it in a sword case. Instead, it will be rusty because it will not be used for a long time. So, I didn't place a flying sword here. Fellow Daoist, you also know that the resources of us rogue cultivators are limited. We don't have any extra swords to do experiments. In the past few days, after listening to Li Peinan's introduction of the sword plate technique, Lu Xiaoyi had some understanding of this direction. It could only be said that there were several directions for flying swords, and there was no possibility of one being above the other. There was no essential difference between placing a flying sword here and keeping it in a sword case for 10 years. Because it would be away from its master for a long time, its flexibility in communication would be greatly inferior. So, Li Peinan would not do such a stupid thing. If it was discovered by others and taken away, it would be a visible loss. Lu Xiaoyi could feel the strong energy flow of the 5 elements in the center. As a rogue cultivator, it was very difficult for Li Peinan to sense these things. As a rogue cultivator, he did not have the time to work on these aspects, so he was confused. It may be related to the 5 element. I need to deduce it in detail. Lu Xiaoyi sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his senses. Li Peinan tactfully retreated. It was very rude to have outsiders present when others were practicing. Even if they were from the same sect, it was very rare for them to practice in the same room, not to mention that they had just met each other for the first time. When Lu Xiaoyi focused all his perception on the 5 elements in the room, everything became clear. The position of this stone room under the sea should be the eye of the 5 elements in this sea area. Not every place had the eye of the 5 elements. For example, on the whole, the Azure Sky Great World did not have a complete set of eye of the 5 elements. If there really was one that could control the 5 elements of a world, people would have long fought over it. There was no eye of the 5 elements in the northern region. In fact, there was no eye of the 5 elements in the Thousand Islands region. The 5 elements were ever-changing and intricate. You have me, you have me. Only under very special and accidental circumstances could a local eye of the 5 elements be formed in a small area, just like here. He quickly figured out the origin of the eye of the 5 elements. Because of the instability of the tectonic plates under the sea, there were often cracks, which was also the reason for the frequent occurrence of volcanoes nearby. In a long time, the tectonic plates reached a balance and began to form a dynamic balance, which was reflected in the volcanoes. There was only white smoke, but no eruption. It was also this rapid tectonic movement that created the rare eye of the five elements. It did not need to be far away to form the movement and balance of the power of the five elements in the position of the eye. This time, it took between 10,000 and 20,000 years. Without immortal Rui talking about the five elements on the dome, he could not have laid the foundation. Without the eruption of spiritual vigor on Whirling Star, he could not have entered the door. Without the 10 years in the Divine Design Valley, he could not have improved to this level. The benefits were not only in the sword spirit of the five elements, but also now. Without so many years of rich accumulation, he would not be like Li Peinan, who entered the treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. How could he be like now, who could roughly infer the tectonic movement of 10,000 years just by the changes of the five elements? But there were still some subtle things. For example, how did the power of the five elements make the sword into a mustard seed? What was the mechanism? Was it purely natural? Or was it man-made? He needed to study it slowly, and he was not in a hurry. A month later, Li Peinan, who had been waiting anxiously, finally heard a voice. He hurriedly walked into the stone room and saw this person from Shen Yuan picking up the sword rack and looking at it carefully. He even spoke casually. "You said that if I understand everything here, the lucky chance here will be mine." Li Peinan did not hesitate. He was now like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He could not even protect himself. If he went to the north region, he really did not know whether he would live or die, and when he could come back. Therefore, when he made the decision to give up this place, he had already stopped treating it as his lucky chance. He could not understand it himself. In the future, this place would not exist forever. It would be discovered by someone one day. Could it be that it would be reserved for him alone? Yes, I did not accept the gift from heaven. It is my fate that is not good enough, and I can't blame others. Of all the things here, you can take whichever one you like. I will not say anything. Lu Xiaoyi did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put the sword rack into his bag. He did not forget to give Li Jiazi a sweet date. Your sword plate should be the sword plate of the five elements, which was made by a perfected cultivator. The power you can now exert is not even 1/100th of its original power. It is purely the power of the Dharma power, using stupid strength. If you want to really exert the power of the sword plate, you have to work hard on the five elements. This is a long process. You have to endure loneliness and be mediocre. If you don't have this perseverance, it is better to use the sword case obediently. Your strength will grow faster. Li Peinan bowed and accepted the advice. It was impossible to say that he did not feel anything. It was just that he was a little vague and could not be sure. Rogue cultivators were like this. They had to cross the river by feeling the stones. They could not move too fast. Otherwise, if they took the wrong path, they would waste a lot of time. After leaving the stone room and putting the broken stone back in place, this exploration was considered to have come to an end. In fact, to Lu Xiaoyi, this could only be considered as half an exploration. There was no risk, and he did not have that kind of desire. The two of them did not dawdle and began to cross the ocean. This time, when they really flew, Li Peinan was very depressed. He used the orthodox art of sword control, but no matter how he flew, the Shenyuan swordsman always maintained a distance of 2,000 feet behind him. It was not more than 10 feet, not less than 10 feet. It was despairing. Fortunately, he did not have the thought of running away. Looking at the Shenyuan swordsman, he did not seem to be older than him. He did not know how the swordsman cultivated his skills. He began to doubt his belief that he was in control of his own fate and not the heavens. Not to mention the heavens, even the Shenyuan swordsman would not be able to cross this hurdle. Didn't they say that the elites of Mount Yi had all gone to the fifth ring? If such a person was eliminated, how could others live in this world? Don't practice the sword anymore. Go and concoct pills. Chapter 647. Several months later, at the Chenxiu peak of Mount Yi, a sword rack was placed on a large table in the hall, and the most precious materials of the five elements were placed around it. A flying sword was bending at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye on the sword rack. Lu Xiaoyi, who was at the side, had his face flushed red due to excessive use of the power of the Tao realm of the 5 elements. I can't do it. My power of the 5 elements is still too weak. I only have the shape, but not the essence. If I want to use it well, I need you. Spiritual Master Nan laughed. I can't do it either. This old man is barely good at yin and yang, but in terms of the 5 elements, I only have a little bit more cultivation than you. In fact, my understanding is not much better, so I won't make a fool of myself. Little Yi, I have never seen someone who has the same understanding of the 5 elements as you at the Jindan stage. Not bad, not bad. You didn't go to 1000G Valley to make trouble. If you could have gotten the 5 elements mountain, it would have been perfect. Lu Xiaoyi took a sip of the wine cup on the table. Spiritual Master Nan was also known as Spiritual Master Ju. His wine was not ordinary, but now it was only used to quench his thirst, which made the owner feel a little heartache. Martial uncle, you really dare to say that? If I really got it, would you dare to take it? I'm afraid the 3 Pure Ones army will follow soon. Later, you will blame me for being careless. Spiritual Master Nan smiled. I have also heard Senior Perfected Cultivator talk about this sword plate. It is also a direction of sword vein inheritance, but it is still far from perfection. In terms of its nature, it is more or less the same. After hundreds and thousands of years of practice, it is a competition of cultivation, spirit, Tao realm, and understanding of the great Tao. As for where the sword comes from, whether it comes from the sword case or from the Dantian, even if it comes from the valley, it is just a different channel. The essence is unchanged. Lu Xiaoyi asked for advice. Martial uncle, when I was in the stomach of the sea beast, the sword case didn't come out. It makes people very depressed. They have the strength but can't use it, so they always want to find a way to use the sword that ignores the realm. It is better than being captured. If it was a swordsman, would he be suppressed and not be able to use the sword pill? The southern spiritual master poked him. You shouldn't think like that. Why did he have to use his sword in front of a cultivator who was 1 level higher than him? This was not a good habit. Our Xuanyuan's philosophy is that I have the ability to use my sword, but this is only the last resort. Do you feel that you are too weak and have the heart of the sword of someone who has lost his sword? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. If he was still in the state of a rice worm when he was in Foundation establishment, it wouldn't be a big deal if he couldn't unsheath his sword. But now that he was striding towards the path of a pure swordsman, he couldn't take it anymore. Reverend Nan sighs, you should know that the ancient inheritance of Shenyuan. We are deviants who broke away from the Daoist sect, so it is reasonable for us to be called the Devil Sect. At that time, we didn't care about Sword Heart, nor did we care about Devil Heart. Everything was for the sake of survival, and then kill you. For this, he would do anything. There was no such thing as strength of character. When we should kneel, we shouldn't stand. That was our true way of doing things. Later, it didn't work. Everyone had to talk about Tao Heart. If we didn't talk about Tao Heart, we would be condemned by everyone, and we wouldn't be able to survive. So we started to change. If we could change a Tao tradition, why couldn't you? Then there was the saying of Sword Heart. It was nothing more than flaunting that we wouldn't use unscrupulous means to do things. But you should know that if you want to survive, how could you not use unscrupulous means? So you must distinguish between what you say and what you do. These were words that only those who truly treated him as one of their own would say. Perhaps they wouldn't recognize him after leaving the house, but these were the old Daoist experiences for nearly 1,000 years. Something like Sword Heart might appear one day when you become a sword immortal, but before that, you definitely can't have it. You have to constantly remind yourself that I haven't become an immortal yet, and that I will still die. So occasionally not having Sword Heart is normal. That is the true Sword Heart. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Just say it directly. Treat Sword Heart as a lofty goal that can never be accomplished. That's just for people to hear. You can achieve your goal however you want in private. Is that what you mean? The Nan Daoist's smile remained. So don't develop the habit of being wronged. I am a swordsman. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. How old are you to still believe this? If you can live like a coward, then live first. At worst, you can just find an opportunity to make up for it. So what I mean to say to you is that when you encounter an unsolvable danger that far surpasses your opponent, you should first choose whether or not you can live like a coward, and then consider whether or not you can use your sword. If this order is reversed and you develop a habit, how many lives do you have left to fill it with? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi deep in thought, the old Daoist continued, a person's life is a life of helplessness. The most hateful thing is that kind of saying that encourages people to live without shame to the heavens, without shame to the earth. You deserve to be called the heavens. You shouldn't have been born. You deserve to be called the earth. You should have starved to death. People need to know reverence. More importantly, they need to learn to cover up their own brilliance. This is the prerequisite to be able to go on forever. Seeing this little guy lowering his head and pondering, the old Daoist spat in satisfaction. He was talking in a roundabout way. It could be said the same way, or it could be said the other way round. As a senior guide, he was very clear about the meaning of education. It was not for the pursuit of truth, but for balance. If it was someone like the ice guest, who had the mental state of most swordsmen from Mount Xiao, he would have to say the opposite of what he said today. You have to talk about sword heart with people. Talk about the glory of Shen Yuan. Talk about the spirit of no turning back. Talk about the momentum of who else but me. Because they lack this. Make up for what they lack. This is the foundation of education. But for this little guy in front of him, his problem was that his spirit was strong enough. It was so strong that it was not limited to his own realm, but wanted to pass the sword to a higher realm. In such a situation, he had to pour cold water on him to wake him up. He did not want him to go crazy and lose his life in the end. Just like riding a horse, when to use the whip and spur, and when to rein in the horse to chew the horse's head, it all depended on the situation. This was what a good guide should do. If you had to lash the whip on a wild horse that was running wildly, there was no other possibility other than exhausting it to death. If you had to reason with a lazy horse and tighten the rein, there was no other possibility other than it running slower and less capable. Going with the flow and teaching according to the student's aptitude was the best way to achieve a valuable balance. Only then could the horse run faster and longer. This little guy was very much to his liking. He did not need to worry about the direction of his martial arts. Now, his 5 elements transformation was almost as good as a senior Yuanying. He was bold and careful when doing things. He knew how to weigh the pros and cons. He knew that he should not use force to decide everything. He was not a reckless man. This was what he valued the most. Swordsmen should not play mind games with the Dharma lineage, but at the very least, you must have your own balance. The Dharma lineage was hoping that you would become a bloodthirsty man. At that time, the Dharma lineage would not even need to make a move. The heavenly Tao would take care of you. What he wanted to stop was this little guy's confidence that had gradually swelled because everything had been going smoothly for him. Confidence was a good thing. When it swelled, it was like a bubble that would burst with a poke. The little guy himself could not feel it. This was a complicated and slow process. This was the time for an experienced old cultivator like him to show the meaning of his existence. He was very willing. Because this was Xuanyuan's future. Chapter 648. Time is like cutting, the past is like castrating, life is a drama, cultivation is a drama. The old Zhenren threw another bin into his mouth and chewed it with relish. He enjoyed the atmosphere of educating the younger generation. Of course, the premise was that the younger generation was worthy of teaching. If it were some ordinary blockheads, he wouldn't be interested either. It's like a drama on the stage. Some act as hoodlums, and some act as scholars. In the end, there's only one goal, which is to marry the eldest daughter of the minister's family. In the cultivation world, the eldest daughter is immortal. Shen Yuan is only pretending to be a hoodlum, he's not a real hoodlum. The difference can't be confused. Just like the 3 pure ones are only pretending to be scholars, he's not a real scholar. Think carefully about the things they did, the methods they used. Are they something that a pure scholar can do? If the Dharma lineage is like this, how should I, Shen Yuan, act as a hoodlum, as a swordsman? You have to have a scale in your heart. On the stage of cultivation, the Dharma lineage wants us to become real hoodlums, and we expect them to become real scholars. Looking at the direction of history, everyone has a good grasp of the situation. Hoodlums are fake hoodlums, scholars are fake scholars. This is the essence of the cultivation world. If you don't understand this, you'll be trapped in your so-called sword heart and Tao heart. What is a heart? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Lu Xiaoyi felt that the longer he knew the Nan Zhanren, the more unfathomable he felt. But it made him feel closer to him. Because some of his complaints about the cultivation world, the blue sky 5 rings, and even the heavenly Tao were not written down in words. They were the essence of his life and cultivation. I understand. You have to act like whatever you want. You have to learn to distinguish between what's on the stage and what's off the stage. The Nan Zhanren stroked his beard and smiled. When I was young, there was a bully in town. His notoriety spread far and wide. He often walked through the streets with his arms crossed. There was no shop that didn't pay him respect. When the new government took over and cleaned up the town, countless hoodlums were caught, but he was the only one who was unharmed. It was very strange. Later on, when they grew up, they met by chance. She asked him how he was able to stay out of trouble when the whole town was being purged. Did he have some kind of backer in the new Yamen? In the end, this person laughed and said, I'm just a bumpkin who was born and raised here. My family has not had a single official for dozens of generations. How could I have any backing in the Yamen? The reason why he was safe and sound was actually very simple. The new Yamen was investigating all the murders in the town, but none of them were related to him. This was what it meant to be a good actor. I'm a Shenyuan swordsman, and it's impossible for me not to kill people. If you can achieve a reputation for being ruthless without causing too much karma, then that's a good acting. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. People like Uncle Master are the real veteran actors and role models for our generation. Spiritual Master Nan shook his head and sighed. You're wrong. In my era, at my level, I didn't even have the chance to step onto the stage. After all, only a small number of people were able to step onto the stage. Most of them were just spectators. But you're different. You've always been on the stage. You're in the Zhuji phase, Jindan, and you'll definitely be there when you become a nascent soul. So, you have to act well. Act so that everyone knows you're a hoodlum. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If only I could step off the stage. He also knew that this was impossible. Standing on the stage was pressure, but it was also a driving force. It all depended on how you borrowed the force. His path was not the kind of path that people wouldn't know if he was raised in the deep mountains, but would become famous overnight. But then again, how long would it take to be raised in the deep mountains? What was known throughout the world? Was it Jindan? Yuanying? Immortal? Or an immortal? If he really became an immortal, then what was the meaning of his past? Let's talk about the Li family's son you brought back. What, do you want to take him into Shenyuan? Spiritual Master Nan changed the topic. Lu Xiaoyi began to shirk responsibility. It's not easy to kill him in the Thousand Islands region. Rogue cultivators can see it. It doesn't match Xuanyuan's image of accepting talented swordsmen. Moreover, his crimes are nothing to Shenyuan, and he also contributed the secret of the sword plate. I can't deal with him, and I don't know when he'll return to his old ways if he stays in the Thousand Islands region. So, I can only bring him back and let the sect deal with him. It's up to Martial Uncle whether to slowly win his heart or restrain him for a period of time so that he can completely change his character. I have no objection. Spiritual Master Nan snorted. This brat was very cunning to push this matter to him. With the current strength of Jindan in Mount Yi, they really needed this kind of new blood. Talented in swordplay and able to fight on the spot, Mount Yi needed this kind of talent very much. But regarding the cultivation of cultivators, Jindan and Zhuji were very different. Zhuji was easy to cultivate. Even if he was born in another province, he could be taught how to become a real swordsman over a long period of time and have a sense of attachment to the sect. Jindan was different. The process of core formation was a process of initial determination of spirit and will. After core formation, it was very difficult to change. If another wolf was introduced to Mount Yi, it would be very troublesome. What do you think? You've been in contact with him, so you know his past. Lu Xiaoyi thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. This person's character is a bit extreme. If he's used in the wrong place, it's easy to cause trouble. In the hidden territory on the deserted island, he was very generous. Of course, he had no choice but to do so. He was under the control of others and was just looking for a way to survive. He was not really willing to submit to Shen Yuan. It was a process. If it was the foundation establishment stage, it would be even more so for the golden core stage. What makes me curious is that his very dafar about the inheritance of the secret realm. Not only this sword frame, but also those skills about the sword plate that he took before. But he's missing one thing. Nan Zhenren nodded. He's missing the last words of the inheritor. Lu Xiaoyi continued, although disciples rarely explore the secret realm, after observing the process of exploration, and considering the mentality of the inheritor, it's impossible that he didn't give any instructions to the successor. For example, to take care of the family. Who are the enemies? Which orthodoxy is the enemy? If you can't satisfy the inheritor's request, why would he give you all the secrets? You have to complete some last words for the inheritor, only then can you live up to this opportunity. The orthodoxy of the sword vein in the Thousand Islands region basically came from the Cloud Top Sword Palace. Many individual cultivators learned swordsmanship from this inheritance and were still willing to submit to Shen Yuan. It was only because this inheritance had been passed down for countless generations that the past hatred had long faded. Who would be willing to bear the illusory karma of a conflict from 10 to 20,000 years ago? But the sword plate inheritance in the desert island secret realm hadn't been passed down for many generations. Since the inheritor set up this place 10,000 years ago, Li Jiazi was the first and only inheritor. Then, what last words did the inheritor leave for him? What did he want to achieve? What plans did he have? This was almost inevitable, but he didn't mention anything about this. Was this really the noble character and unquestionable integrity of the Cloud Top Swordsman? Only for the sword and nothing else? Is this the style of the Cloud Top? Chapter 649. Seeing Nan Zhenren's silence, Lu Xiaoyi joked, if it were you, one day you had no choice but to leave your legacy somewhere outside, other than techniques and artifacts, what other instructions would you leave behind? The universe is peaceful, cultivators treat each other with respect, and mortals live and work in peace and contentment. Nan Zhenren said righteously. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Martial uncle, this isn't a stage, can't you stop acting? Nan Zhenren chuckled. This is indeed a problem. Is there anything else? Lu Xiaoyi was very cautious this time. There's also the sword board. This is a brand new direction. Although it doesn't seem to be superior to our external sword case, we have to admit that the sword board's transformation into a mustard seed into a dantian has its own uniqueness. If we can really turn the sword board technique into a system, establish a path to advance, and promote it at the foundation building level, with the sword board's external appearance being closer to the internal sword's characteristics, I'm afraid that most sword cultivators will choose the sword board, right? So, was this a trap that had been laid out for a long time? This disciple's knowledge is limited, and I can't make a decision, so I need the sect to make the decision. This is the real reason why I pulled this person to Shen Yuan. Instead of staying outside, it's better to stay on Mount Xiao, and observe from a close distance. Nan Zhenren nodded with gratification. To be able to see the big picture from the small details, Xiaoyi, you have a talent for acting. Ever since Shen Yuan established the external sword lineage, every generation of external sword ancestors has never stopped looking for a way to make external swords stronger. For this reason, we've tried countless methods, made many choices, removed the impurities, and obtained the relatively mature external sword system. So far, this is the most suitable for us, but it's still not the end. As for the sword board, it's another orthodoxy that exists in the distant universe in another sword vein. We've occasionally heard of it, but we don't know the truth. The thing you brought this time is very detailed, and has the foundation for a deep understanding. I'll say the same thing. Techniques and artifacts are dead, but people are alive. The direction of swordsmanship is only to serve people, and there's nothing good or bad about it. If this is a trap, but we are human beings, we can extract the essence and discard the dregs. What is there that can't be used? I will report this matter to the Supremes and even pass it on to the Fifth Ring so that the external Sword Supremes can study it together, determine its mechanism, identify its effects, and establish a system. If everything goes well, we may try it out on a very small scale. This process would take a very long time, at least 1,000 years. In the end, if it was to be popularized, it would require cultivators who had reached the level of true monarch to be able to see the advantages and disadvantages of this system. Only then will you be able to decide whether Xuanyuan's external sword should be the sword box and the sword plate, or both. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. So troublesome. How cautious. Nan Zhenren smiled. Shenyuan people have enough experience to deal with this kind of thing, whether it's immortal fruit or poison. You should know that many of the things we have in Shenyuan are snatched from outside. Even the 5 great fundamental laws, which one of them was completely created by ourselves? Whether one's cultivation skills were high or not depended on how well one copied them. We have experience. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in admiration. It seems that this disciple was thinking too much. I thought that we would need to control the sword plate technique to spread in Mount Xiao. I was afraid that if it really spread, one day a fatal flaw would appear. Then, as the person who brought the sword plate in, I would have committed a great crime. Nan Zhenren smiled proudly. Copying is also a real skill. To copy something new, to copy something new, to copy something new, to copy it to the point that even the originators begin to doubt whether their orthodoxy came from Shenyuan in ancient times. That's right. Therefore, we never refuse people who use sword techniques to set us up. If one comes, we will eat one. If a pair comes, we will eat a pair. Shenyuan has a good appetite. What can you do about it? Lu Xiaoyi despised this old man's shameless appearance and ridiculed him. You keep bragging. In fact, we only have this kind of confidence when it comes to sword techniques. Because we are the most professional on the path of the sword. Can it be like this on cultivation skills? After tens of thousands of years, aren't there still 5 fundamental skills? Nan Zhenren chuckled. Cultivation skills and sword techniques are 2 different things. Don't say it, don't say it. But I have to warn you. Because of your personal experience, you're 1 step ahead of the others. With your temper, once you've taken this step, you definitely won't back down halfway. I won't stop you or advise you. I only have one thing to say. Among the flying swords you are so proud of, you can only use 1 flying sword to test the sword plate. Before you are sure that the sword plate technique is correct, don't add all the chip. In addition, if you find that the sword plate has an effect on your dantian during the process of practicing the sword plate, or that there is a state of rejection between the sword plate and the sword case, you must stop your attempt. Report it to the sect and let everyone think of a solution. Of course, I will also report the results of the sect's research on the sword plate to you. Well, you are one of the founders. You have the right to know this. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He knew that Nan Zhenren was doing this for his own good. The difference between the sword case and the sword plate was huge. It was not only the position of the sword. To put it simply, the sword plate was not engraved with a sword formation. Instead, it was strengthened by immersing in a special Dao state for a long time. For example, Li Peinan's sword plate was a flying sword that contained the truth of the 5 element. This was the advantage of the sword plate. Of course, when a swordsman outside Shenyuan reached the Yuanying state, his flying sword could also be cultivated in a special Dao state environment. In this aspect, there was no difference. In the end, the competition was not about the sword case or the sword plate, but about the understanding of the Dao state. Different roads lead to the same goal. Nan Zhenren became serious. I know what you mean. The biggest difference between the sword plate and the sword case is that one can be inherited, and the other can't. The sword plate can be inherited. This means that a swordsman can obtain a powerful sword plate from his seniors or through other methods. His strength will immediately increase greatly, just like that son of the Li family. If this kind of inheritance system prevails in the end, the fighting strength of the low-level swordsman in Shenyuan will increase by leaps and bounds. This is because they can borrow the glory of their ancestors. But whose glory will their ancestors borrow? There are only a few half-immortals. How can they divide it? Therefore, the sword plate technique does not increase the strength of a sword vein. An inheritance that can't increase the power of a supreme swordsman's swordsmanship doesn't surpass the sword case technique in essence. Lu Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and asked, "Martial uncle, since the sword plate can be passed down, does it mean that the sword plate will never produce a sword spirit?" Chapter 650. Nan Zhanren clapped his hands and laughed. "Good question, that's the essence. And it's what we're going to prove in the end. If the sword disc method can reach the same probability as the sword box method after hundreds of years of practice, it will be the same as the sword box method. It can be widely promoted, and the two methods can be used side by side, and the practitioners can choose for themselves. If the sword disc method can't produce a sword spirit in the end and can only be passed down to disciples and juniors, I reckon that with the Supreme's foresight, they won't allow the sword disc method to become popular. At the very least, they will put an end to it in the middle and lower levels, because this is a method that encourages the middle and lower level cultivators to be lazy. Whether there is a sword spirit or not, it has a great influence on the flying sword. You know this the best. What if I turn a flying sword with a sword spirit into a sword disc? Lu Xiaoyi asked quietly. Nan Zhanren stared at him. That's why I'm only allowing you to use one flying sword. It's not easy to get a sword spirit, so it's not suitable to take risk. Nan Zhanren didn't mention the problem of how to control the sword smoothly in front of someone whose state was higher than his. On the one hand, he didn't support such a rash behavior. On the other hand, it involved too complicated a problem that needed to be considered comprehensively, and couldn't be compared alone. Just like Lu Xiaoyi, he couldn't do anything in the stomach of the sea beast, but he could handle it with ease in front of Master Zheng Qin. Was it because the strength of the sea beast was higher than Zheng Qin? Obviously, it wasn't because of that. It was because of the environment at that time. In the special space of the sea beast, he was under the greatest pressure of the state. The other three pure ones were the same. So, there was no conclusion. We won't conclude that the son of the Li family is guilty. Let's talk about the facts. He did make a contribution in the sword disc. I'll arrange someone to take him to familiarize himself with Mount Xiao, and then we'll leave everything to time, hoping that he can devote himself to the array of Mount Xiao. Based on my personal experience, in most cases, his promise to the ruins will fade with time. After all, it's not something that he can empathize with, and he doesn't have any personal grudges against it. How can a short will be more beneficial to him than a sect? Li Mu thought. Or was it years or decades of help? Here, he'll have a new beginning, new friends, new teachers, and even a new Taoist companion. It'll form a circle that no one can escape from, tightly surrounding him. First, he'll endure it, then he'll be lost, and he'll be in a trance because of a dilemma. Then he'll make a choice after weighing the pros and cons, and completely submit to Mount Xiao, and get a new life. We think that's the process of getting the Taoist heart. Lu Xiaoyi looked at this shrewd and cunning old man who could see through people's hearts. He was very lucky that this was his teacher. What if he doesn't have such a Taoist heart? The old Daoist's expression did not change. That means he doesn't have the potential to cultivate. You brought it by Nan Zhanren Ren by face. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I to do buy I'll do the dirty work. After all, I'm a rogue. When he returned to the cave residence, he was surprised to find that it had become clean and tidy again. Even the floor was clean and shiny. Fresh ingredients were neatly placed, and there were freshly picked snow lotuses in the vase. These things were left by the original owner, and he didn't take them away. But now they looked really pleasing to the eye. Did Bing Ku come back to visit his family? The rules of the sect were very strict. Without Xuanyuan's order and the permission of his grassland master, he couldn't come back without permission. This trip to the Thousand Island region was very rewarding. The significance of the sword plate to him was different from that of others, because he didn't lack a sword spirit. He valued the quality of being able to use his sword in front of powerful existences. There was no contradiction between me being able to use my sword and being a coward. I must have the ability to resist. Even if I can't turn the tables, I still have to beat you. Although Nan Zhonren didn't say it, with his decades of experience, Jin Dan could roughly figure out why he couldn't use his sword. It was nothing more than the difference between the inner secret field and the outer secret field. The inner secret field was the core of a cultivator's self-control area. Simply speaking, it was the cultivator's own body. This was also the most powerful aura field of a cultivator. For example, when he was in the stomach of the sea beast, he was in the inner secret field. His sword case belonged to the outer secret field. It was not in his body, but on his back, relying on the connection of his mana and spirit. Once he was in the upper secret field like the stomach of the sea beast, he naturally couldn't use his sword. But the sword pill of the inner sword belonged to the inner secret field. As long as the swordsman's unyielding willpower was still there, he could definitely use his sword. For the time being, he couldn't put the flying sword into his sea of consciousness, like the inner sword. But the existence of the sword plate allowed him to put the flying sword into his dantian. Since it was also in the inner secret field, he could use his sword regardless of the realm pressure. He must have at least one flying sword in the state of full attack to make him feel at ease. The experience in the stomach of the sea beast was really terrible. He was in a completely involuntary state. As for the sword plate, he always had a natural instinct towards swords, so he didn't feel that there was any risk. The reason why he reminded the Nan Zhonren was that the sword plate system might cause the middle and low-level swordsman to be lazy and rely on it. His attention would be diverted from his own cultivation to the sword plate system that was given to him by his seniors. The situation he was talking about was a long-term, psychological situation, and not the sword plate system itself. Waiting for the sword masters to come up with a plan was a long process. It could easily take hundreds of years. It was also a responsible attitude towards the future of the sect. But for him, it was too much of a drag. He couldn't afford to wait. After careful consideration, he decided to use the 4 seasons for this experiment. This was also the sword spirit that had been with him the longest. It was also one of the sword spirits of the 5 elements. How to use the sword plate. He wouldn't find a pile of precious materials of the 5 elements to complete the process like he did in the Rising Heaven Pavilion. At that time, he only did that to let the Nan Zhonren see more clearly. It wasn't the correct way to revolve the sword. In order to avoid the uncontrollable process, he decided to use his own power of the 5 elements to revolve the sword. This process was bound to be very slow, but the advantage was that he could control the process at any time. If there was an accident, he could immediately stop it. At the same time, he could also train his own power of the 5 elements. He still had plenty of time. It was enough for him to complete some of his own ideas. The process wasn't too complicated for a cultivator with a certain level of power of the 5 elements. First, he would use the power of the 5 elements to revolve the sword clockwise. When the bending force of the sword reached the balance of the 5 elements, he would stop. Then, he would slowly loosen the sword. Then, he would use the power of the 5 elements to revolve the sword counterclockwise. When the sword stopped moving, he would slowly recover. In this way, as time went by and the power of the 5 elements increased, the angle of the flying sword would become bigger and bigger. Until one day, the flying sword would be completely revolved into a tight ball. It would form a miniature eye of the 5 elements. The flying sword would be the eye of the formation. It could shrink into a mustard seed and be placed anywhere by the cultivator. Chapter 651. A few days later, in the morning, a figure came to Lu Xiaoyi's cave residence again, and changed all his daily necessities for him. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and Leng Ke seemed to have changed a lot. He was in a good state of mind, and also had some high-spirited spirit, which was very different from the previous idleness. However, he was still a little far from entering the bearing essence stage. Lu Xiaoyi stopped him. "Why are you staying in Xiao Mountain like this? Don't you want to go to the grassland? Or do you want to enjoy life, and don't want to suffer? Did the sect call you back? Lung Ku answered honestly, no, the sect didn't call me back. Then did your grassland master give you a vacation? No. The master and apprentice system of the grassland people is like that of a father and a son. Life and death are at stake. Apprentices always have tasks that they can't finish. They sleep later than dogs, and wake up earlier than chickens. People like us from Shenyuan are better, but those grassland shamans live like donkeys. Then why did you come back? Lu Xiaoyi felt very strange. Lung Ku was hesitant. My grassland master tried to break through the level of senior shaman a few days ago. Maybe he didn't prepare well enough, and he was a little impatient, so he blew himself up. Lu Xiaoyi was shocked. Your supernatural power worked again? Lung Ku said with a crying voice, Martial uncle, please understand. This really has nothing to do with me. He wanted to break through the level himself, and I couldn't stop him. The grasslands shaman is also very barbaric, and he bled a lot. There was no way to save him, and even a complete limb couldn't be found. Martial uncle, it really has nothing to do with me, I'm innocent. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand to stop him and walked around in circles in the room. Let me think, let me see if Shenyuan has any great enemies outside, and then I'll ask you to go and be apprentice. It seems to be the 3 pure ones. Think of a way, and we can communicate with the 3 pure ones. Bingku felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Uncle, you can't push me into the fire pit. Lu Xiaoyi laughed and stopped joking. However, he also couldn't let this guy go so easily. Even though his master was gone, his own life force was still very vigorous. Was this the same as swallowing his master's destiny every time he acknowledged him as his master? It was even more powerful than his interception team. Can't you tell? It's like this. Everyone else is busy, so you can't be idle, right? The Cloud Peak of the Thousand Islands region is a chaotic place. I want you to disguise as a rogue cultivator and go there to unite all the forces that can be united. Let's start with the swordsman. But you can't expose your identity as Xuanyuan's disciple. Otherwise, no matter how many masters you have, I'm afraid they won't be able to save you. The current ice guest was very different from the previous ice guest. The ups and downs over the years had given him considerable training, especially in the state of mind. He was no longer timid and afraid of responsibility. Besides, Uncle allowed him not to appear as Xuanyuan's swordsman, which meant that he could pretend to be a coward at appropriate times. In this case, with his strength, he could still survive among the rogue cultivators, so he was very straightforward. Yes, Uncle, you can give me the mission. I dare not say that I will definitely complete it, but I will definitely try my best to not disgrace the sect. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied. Sit. There's no rush. There's no teleportation formation in the Thousand Islands region, and you can't fly there by yourself. You have to wait for one of your uncle masters to go there and bring you along. During this period of time, don't be idle. You can learn more about the actual situation on the Cloud Peak. I will also give you the details of the mission later. Do you know who to look for? There's a new swordsman in our Xiao Mountain. He's quite capable. He's Jin Dan, a rogue cultivator from the Cloud Lake Archipelago. You can try to get close to him. He's not familiar with this place, and he's very lonely with no one to talk to. He needs someone to relieve his loneliness. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The ice guest understood something. He was also a very clever person. So his eyes lit up, and he said mysteriously, Uncle, do you mean that I should find a chance to be his disciple? Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly stopped him. He couldn't do that. As the only observation target with fate in Xiao Mountain, he didn't want to lose his target so quickly. No. At his level, it's a waste to use your supernatural power. We'll find another chance and find another person. We have to satisfy your desire to be his disciple. It's a pity if we don't use such a good supernatural power. These trivial matters were related to Lu Xiaoyi's education plan. The ice guest was an important part of his plan. As long as he could succeed, Lu Xiaoyi would launch a huge publicity storm in Xiao Mountain, and put this little satellite on the news. Just like the sniper in the movie Enemies at the Gate in his previous life, he would also bring about a chasing environment for cultivation in Xiao Mountain. This was the most effective and most convenient method he could think of. It was impossible for him to teach them one by one. It would never happen. The days finally calmed down. Lu Xiaoyi continued his own pace. From the core formation stage, he focused more on cultivation. Later, he focused more on swordsmanship. Now, he gradually reached a balance. In terms of swordsmanship, the two sword formations were the most likely places for him to tap into his potential, the Big Dipper sword formation and the Five Elements sword formation. Since he couldn't achieve a breakthrough in the frequency of sword attacks like the inner sword, he could only make up for it through sword formations. His learning of sword formations was different from other people's learning of sword formations. Under normal circumstances, swordsmen would first learn about sword formations, and then familiarize themselves with the Tao state through sword formations. Most of the time, they would only know the surface of sword formations. They wouldn't understand it well, and they couldn't understand it well, because their realm wasn't there yet. Lu Xiaoyi's difference was that his Big Dipper sword formation was learned under the premise of forming the celestial core, while the Five Elements sword formation was expanded after he had a deep understanding of the five elements. It meant that he first understood the foundation of the Tao state, and then learned the expansion of the human cultivators. Not only did he improve rapidly, but he could also master things at a very deep level. This was why when he used the Big Dipper sword formation, Zheng Qin felt as if the stars in the sky were pressing down on him. This was no longer a normal Jin Dan sword formation, but it was an effect that could only be achieved with the help of the seven sword spirits after Lu Xiaoyi had mastered a certain degree of the core mechanism. Now, he wasn't just working on the speed and weight of the sword. He had finally jumped out of the limitations of the foundation establishment stage, and started to have his own new world. Senior Sister Smoky had once told him that in Jindan's realm, his strengths and characteristics might not be able to give him the ability to crush others. This was right. However, he quickly discovered new ways to crush others, such as the Big Dipper sword formation and the Five Elements sword formation. This was a newly developed virgin land with countless possibilities and limitless potential. And this wasn't the end of his hard work. Chapter 652. Lu Xiaoyi had an even greater ambition. That was the sword plate. After the sword plate was completed, he began to dabble in sword light division. He had always been envious of the method of drawing the inner sword. He had always believed that the method of the inner sword was the best way to draw a sword. Because the sword was raised in the sea of consciousness in the Niwen Palace, it could influence the cultivator's understanding of the great Tao to the greatest extent. What kind of flying sword was the most powerful? It was not the flying sword in the sword case, it was the external control field. Whether it was the magic power or the soul, it was not completely integrated with the cultivator, it was seamless. It was also not the sword plate in the Dantian. Although this was already an inner secret field, it was an inner secret force field, not an inner secret spiritual field. There was a difference between the two. The higher the realm of the swordsman, the more the determining factors of the flying sword's power would be. Materials, sword formation carving, sword embryo. These things could be modified by the Supremes with their own consciousness, it was not a problem at all. Magic power, cultivation, these things were becoming more and more basic, cornerstones, but they could not be used to build a skyscraper. The higher the level of the flying sword, the more the determining factor would become singular. It was the spiritual force, the Tao state, the sword spirit, and other mysterious categories that could not be seen or touched. Therefore, if he wanted to crush those of the same realm forever, he had to start in this aspect in advance. He did not want to put the sword plate in the Dantian when he refined the sword plate. Spiritual Master Nan underestimated his madness. His goal was to put the sword plate in the sea of consciousness in the same position as the inner sword. Only in this way would his sword spirit flying sword be able to unleash its full potential. Only in this way could his flying sword be able to achieve the sword light division that determined the level of the swordsman's battle power. It was not like the outer sword, which was neither high nor low, producing hundreds or thousands of sword lights. It was not comparable to the inner sword, which could easily produce tens of thousands of sword lights. Not only did he want to crush the outer sword, he also wanted to crush the inner sword. Of course, he wanted to crush the Dharma lineage. To do this, he could not take the normal path. Furthermore, he did not think that there would be any problems putting the flying sword in the sea of consciousness. What he found strange was that the outer sword lineage had existed for tens of thousands of years. Why did no one think of this method? The prerequisite was that the flying sword had to be formed into a sword plate. How slow was the process of wielding the sword? Lu Xiaoyi's answer was that he had coiled the Four Seasons sword for 3 whole years. Finally, he had coiled it from a straight sword to a curved saber, so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the process of controlling the sword had always been improving and optimizing, not only because of his own efforts, but also because of the help of the Dao Masters of the Outer Swords of Mount Xiao. These Dao Masters of the Outer Swords who stayed behind carefully judged and tested the sword disc, and began to give their personal opinions. This was the strength of a sect, the collective wisdom. In a few years, the Dao Masters of the Outer Swords from the Fifth Ring would also join in. This was what Reverend Nan had been talking about, plagiarism. However, Lu Xiaoyi had always insisted on not borrowing the external power of the 5 element. He was not in a hurry because his goal was to place it in his sea of consciousness. That was a place that was much more delicate and fragile than his dantian. He had to be careful enough. Only by using his own pure power of the 5 elements could he achieve perfect control of the sword disc. Otherwise, if he was in a hurry and one day succeeded in wielding the sword disc and placing it in his sea of consciousness, once the surrounding environment of the 5 elements went out of control and he used the external power of the 5 elements, it was possible that the sword disc would straighten in his sea of consciousness. It was equivalent to shooting out a foot-long flying sword from his head. It was basically an act of suicide. Later generations would write, cigarette, but, on a certain day, because of trivial matters, he became tired of the world. He flicked his flying sword and stabbed his head. End of story. It was precisely because he was completely using his own power of the 5 elements and did not borrow the various materials or environment of the 5 elements that his speed of wielding the sword was as slow as a snail. This was because of the limitations of his own realm. To Jindan cultivators, the power of Dao that they could control was, after all, different from Yuanying. During this period, he would occasionally go on a few small missions. Every year during the spring sacrifice, he would go to the grassland to observe the ceremony of the witches, hoping to find something from it. He believed that he would definitely be able to find something, as long as he persevered. 3 years later, after greeting Zhenren Nan, he entered Zhonglao Peak and returned to the antimaterial world again. He had already formed his gold core for nearly 100 years. It was time to raise his cultivation to the middle stage of Jindan. This was the cornerstone. It was the only thing that was indispensable in the complicated and confusing cultivation. Only with cultivation could one be called a cultivator. Without cultivation, no matter how high one's vision was or how deep one's understanding was, one was still a mortal. This time, Lu Xiaoyi did not go to the mountain peak he was familiar with. Instead, he went in a different direction. According to his judgment, he would come to this place many times over the next few hundred years. So, why did he have to fix himself in this place? Every time he changed his direction, he changed his cultivation place, and he changed to a new city and human environment. He tasted different delicacies, experienced different cultural customs, and helped different women who needed help. It was also a kind of happiness. At the foot of Xiao Mountain, there were many things that could not be released too casually. Old man Nan had too many spies. He would know even if he farted. It was not as free as here. Qing Kong was a good place. Here, he truly understood the 5 elements and obtained the sword plate technique. He could also easily shuttle back and forth between the material and antimaterial worlds. There was no place more suitable for him to cultivate than here. He was grateful for the punishment given to him by the big shots of the 5th ring, although their punishments were not very severe. If it was in the past, Lu Xiaoyi would be complacent about this. He would think that his luck was good and that it was natural. But now, he did not think so. This was not luck, but the cultivation of their disciples by the sect. Although the big cultivators did not understand the reason, they could send their disciples to the most suitable place for them. He had slowly developed a sense of belonging to Shenyuan. Although this feeling came a little slowly, it was there. This was also the reason why he was very concerned about the mysterious luck in the recent 100 years. It was not entirely for himself, but he was worried whether this mysterious change was targeted at the fifth ring. Qing Kong, his sect. Otherwise, he could not explain why these strange things kept revolving around him. He was just a small figure. Did it need to be so troublesome? So, or rather, it revolved around Shenyuan? Whether it was whirling planet when he was in the fifth ring or the grassland near Xiao Mountain, the troublesome thing was that luck was something that could not be explained to his sect. He could also feel the cautiousness of the existence of luck. If he spread his secret, he would lose this luck. The collapse of the great Tao of destiny could only exist in this small circle of people with luck. It was like another world of cultivation, a stage for people with luck. But why could there be people in the grassland who could wholesale luck? He needed to find out the reason, so as long as he was in Qing Kong, he would never miss the sacrifice of the grassland people. He was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves remembering. Sooner or later, he would have to remember something from it. Chapter 653. Because he had changed directions, he passed by a large river this time. Every realm and every continent had different terrains and landforms. However, there was one thing that was common: one or more mother rivers. In small places, there were small rivers that converged into large rivers that flowed down and nurtured countless humans and mortals. Water was the most basic condition for the birth of life. It was the same everywhere. Therefore, the dragon god culture that controlled rivers was the most common phenomenon in the universe. Of course, the land of exile also had a mother river named Jiangshongjiang. Just by hearing the name, one would know its position in the land of exile. In the entire land of exile, countless streams converged to form small rivers. The small rivers converged to form tributaries, and the tributaries converged to form regional rivers. In the end, it formed the large river that flowed through the land of exile. It was the only mother river that was recognized by everyone, Jiangshongjiang. Jiangshongjiang ran from the north to the south of the land of exile. It was tens of thousands of miles long, winding and surging. Along the way, it left behind countless beautiful sceneries. There were all kinds of large waterfalls, giant lakes, and dangerous valleys. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were gentle, some were turbulent. The refugees were often proud. Half of the 100 sceneries of the land of exile were on the river. From this, one could see how important Jiangshongjiang was in the land of exile. Lu Xiaoyi had flown in the wrong direction the last time, so he did not have the chance to see this great river. This time, he was lucky. He happened to be traveling along the river. While admiring the beautiful sceneries along the way, he also found a very strange place. Looking down from the sky, there was a section of Jiangshongjiang that was tens of thousands of miles long. It was about 3,000 miles long. Countless people gathered on both sides of the river. Even if they were scattered across the 3,000 miles long river, he estimated that there were at least millions of people gathered there. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a large-scale gathering in the mortal world. Fortunately, it was spread out so that there would not be any disorderly stampede. The largest number of people were gathered at the two ends of the river. There were hundreds of thousands of people at a certain part of the river downstream, and hundreds of thousands of people at a certain part of the river upstream. Furthermore, the number of people was still continuously converging. What was going on? Lu Xiaoyi was interested. I don't want to go. I have to stay on the boat for a few days, and there are so many boring people watching. It feels so strange. Huang Xiaoye turned her head and once again rejected her mother's persuasion. She was a budding girl, the most beautiful period of her life. There were too many fun things waiting for her, and there was also a better future calling out to her. Things like dragon boat racing were fine for her, but she was not willing to go into the real boat race. The beautiful woman sighed and took out her trump card. Yaya, If you don't listen to me, when your grandfather comes, it won't be up to you anymore. You'll have to eat first. Huang Xiaoye turned around in a fit of pique, pretending not to hear. Of course she wasn't called Huang Xiaoye, that was just her nickname. Her real name was Huang Xiaoya, and it was a name given to her by her grandfather. Whether it was her real name or her nickname, she didn't like it. But there was nothing he could do. In this clan, his grandfather was the heavens. His words carried enormous weight, and no one dared to question him. She also knew that in the end, she couldn't go against her family's wishes. In fact, it was also her grandfather's wishes. However, as an adult, she felt that she had the right to express herself, even if the end result was still obedience. What she didn't want to go to was the once-in-a-decade dragon boat race in the land of Exile. This was not a small event, but the only festival in the entire land of Exile where all the people participated, where cultivators and mortals celebrated and enjoyed both refined and common taste. It was known as the Dragon God Festival, and the most important, most spectacular, most intense, and most beautiful event was the dragon boat race. Cut off the middle section of the river, 3,000 miles long. Each dragon boat set off from the downstream and went against the current, competing to see which dragon boat could reach the finish line first. The rules were very simple. With such a big scene and so many onlookers, of course, the simpler the better. If it was too complicated, it would lose its interest. Standing on both sides of the river, surrounded by crowds of onlookers, cheering for their favorite dragon boat, releasing their emotions, relieving their pressure, and enjoying the once-in-a-decade relaxation was the most important festival in the lives of the local native. When did this festival start? It had been too long, and there was no way to investigate. However, there was a clear division among the participants. In the early days of the dragon boat race, the participants were basically ordinary mortals. Tens of thousands of years ago, because of the gradual promotion of cultivation in the land of Exile, more people became aware of it, so the dragon boat race also began to become a festival for cultivators and mortals to enjoy together. This was a very common thing in the world of cultivation. There were no countries in the land of Exile, and each city was autonomous. The rulers were cultivators, so it was only natural that the dragon boat race eventually evolved into a competition for cultivators. On the contrary, it was more fun. How many miles could ordinary mortals row in the water? 10 miles would be exhausting, and 20 miles was a big hurdle, and this was under the condition that they were going down the river. The once-in-a-decade festival ended in a few hours. It was too disappointing to lose interest just as it started. Moreover, the distance was too short, and it couldn't accommodate too many onlookers. The participation of cultivators fundamentally changed this situation. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until now, 3,000 miles. It was still going against the current. The fastest dragon boat in history took 5 days to go against the current of 3,000 miles. Of course, this time was not the time for Foundation Establishment Jindan cultivators to row. If there were 20 Lu Xiaoyi on the dragon boat, it might only take 2 hours. They couldn't row too fast, because it was easy to fly. If there were 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators, it would be over in a day. There was no appreciation, fun, or linkage. After all, this was a festival that both cultivators and mortals used to have. The rowers were all Qi cultivators. Only they could perfectly combine competition and appreciation. For a few days, they didn't have to think about the problems of rest, urination, food supply, physical exhaustion, wind, and rain. They couldn't fly, so they could only work hard to row. In 5 to 10 days, they could row across the 3,000 miles of the river to satisfy the longing of the people along the coast who had been waiting for 10 years. It was good. Mortals celebrated the festival on the shore, bought and sold, held a lantern festival, had delicious food, juggling, romance, literary gatherings, and a series of hodgepodge, and then waited for the high tide of the dragon boat crossing. This was a true grand event. The 3,000 miles of river could allow more cities to participate. The merchants had long set up sheds, tents, and stages on both sides of the river for the consumption of the people. This was also their festival. The short Dragon God Festival was less than a month, but they could earn at least 1 or 2 years' worth of profit. Of course, it didn't matter if they couldn't afford it. They could squat on the strange rocks and steep slopes on both sides of the river and watch the excitement of the dragon boat race. Those places with all kinds of entertainment facilities were left to the city people and the rich. There were more than 100 such viewing platforms on both sides of the river. Every city had its own location. Of course, every city also had its own dragon boat. Chapter 654. Because it was an event of the entire land of exile, there were many parties participating. Basically, every big city would send its own team with its own flag. Powerful small and medium-sized cities would also join in the fun. After all, it was not difficult to find 20 outstanding chi cultivators on this continent. It was basically impossible for them to find 20 golden core cultivators in a city. If they found 20 foundation establishment cultivators, their strength would also be uneven. However, if they were to find 20 chi refinement warriors, it would be very fair because almost all of them were at the peak of chi refinement realm and were preparing to build their Dao foundation. It was also because of this that they steered the boats, implying that they were like carps leaping over the dragon gate. It was a good omen. It was not only divided by region, but also by force. Large and small sects, including the heaven-defying sect in the land of exile, would send their own teams, because it was said that if they could get a good ranking in the top 10 in the dragon boat competition, they would be favored by the dragon god. Of course, only God knew whether it was true or not. In this way, the number of dragon boats participating in the dragon boat conference was not small. It was not a scale that a dozen broken boats in the countryside could compare to. Generally, the number could be maintained at 300 to 400, and there was an increase or decrease in each realm. It was not fixed, and there was no threshold. As long as you could gather together a majestic dragon boat and gather 20 chi refining cultivators, you could participate. No one was rejected. It was also because of this scale that the starting point of the competition was deliberately chosen to be a short, wide, and gentle river. On the river, hundreds of dragon boats were lined up in a row. It was very fair. Moreover, on the river for the next 100 miles, it was all flat and wide, which was conducive to the competition of the dragon boats. There would not be too many scrapes and collisions. In the next 2,000 miles, they would encounter all kinds of complicated water conditions. In the combination of forces, there was a loose force, which was the Shenyuan swordsman from the main world. Because of the rules of the sect, they could not establish a sect here. Since they came here to retire, of course, they would not live in a group. They all lived separately, scattered on the vast continent of the land of exile. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since they were here, of course, it was impossible for them to cut themselves off from the local customs. They could turn a blind eye to some small activities, but for a grand event like the Dragon Boat Conference, they must attend. Not only did they have to participate, but they also had to get into the top 10 in order to show the prestige of the upper realm. Huang Xiaoya was born into a swordsman family. Her grandfather was a foundation establishment swordsman from Qing Kong, and he was lucky enough to achieve a fake Dan stage here. He also stole a few hundred years of lifespan, so he started to blossom and grow leaves here, establishing a family. There were many people like their Huang family in the exile area, and they could be considered as the true second or third generation of cultivators. Every time the 10-year period of the Dragon Boat Conference arrived, the swordsman families of the Xiao Mountain would contact each other and arrange some of their children to participate in the competition. However, trees have shade and leaves, and people have a cycle of prosperity and decline. Although 20 chi cultivation spots were not many, sometimes it was hard to get together. For example, some families did not inherit well, or for some other reasons, it was difficult to find a cultivator at the peak of chi cultivation in his prime. The people of Shenyuan Kingdom cared a lot about their reputation, especially in the land of exile. The upper realm was very arrogant, so they had to send young people to maintain their reputation. If they were to send 20 white-bearded old men who had not been able to build their foundation for decades, they would not look good either. Before the competition, their momentum was weak. Just like this time, finding 20 young people at the peak of chi cultivation was a little difficult. The Shenyuan people could not find outsiders to replace them, so they expanded the scope and allowed women to participate this time. In the past, few women participated. It was not that they discriminated against women, but in an occasion like the dragon boat competition, the chi cultivators did not have magical power. After fighting in the water for several days, they were soaked and their hair would be exposed. It did not matter to the men, as long as they were naked, but what about the women? When the river water was wet, the curves were exposed, and they had to paddle hard. The rising and falling, shaking and swaying style was what the mortals on the shore liked to see the most. There were all kinds of comments, countless nitpicking, and those with tender faces could not stand it. This was the main reason why Huang Xiaoya was not willing to go, but this was not something she could decide. A majestic voice came down. There are still 5 days before the Dragon Boat Conference begins. You set off tomorrow with your aunt. Don't do anything on the way. You must arrive before the conference begins. If you ruin the reputation of the Huang family, be careful of your skin. Huang Xiaoya was a delicate princess in the Huang family's mansion. No one dared to go against her wishes. Only her grandfather was serious. When he disciplined her, he really did not care about the difference between men and women. If he said he would beat her, he would really beat her. He was also the only person she was afraid of. She could only pout and agree. Her resistance failed. Calling her aunt was not to accompany her to play, but to monitor her. This aunt was a figure who had built the Taoist foundation. Although she built the Taoist foundation in the exile, the Taoist foundation was still the Taoist foundation. It was not a problem to control her. The aunt, water fairy, floated in and took out a black leather suit with a smile. It was a survival item for fishermen who relied on water to make a living. Xiaoya, look at what I brought you. I guarantee that it is sturdy and durable, and it will not show any style. The two got up early the next day and rowed fast. In fact, with their residence, it was still very close to the starting point of the Dragon Boat Conference. 3 days was enough. If it was not possible, her aunt could take her to fly for a while. Grandfather asked her to come early because he was afraid that she would drag on the road and deliberately cause trouble. Although the rule was that there were 20 people on a dragon boat, it did not matter if there were more or less. Therefore, if she did not go alone, it might not affect the sailing of the boat. However, it was hard to say whether she could win the top 10 in the end. After all, they were all chi cultivators. The means of cultivators were very limited. One less person would slowly show the gap between 3,000 miles and a few days. Huang Xiaoya did not like that water suit. It might protect her from being exposed, but in a sense, it would make the curves of her body more conspicuous. In front of the Taoist foundation, she could not escape. Moreover, if the failure of the Dragon Boat Conference was caused by her, her grandfather would personally catch her and take her back to teach her a lesson. She was very sure that her grandfather would not be soft-hearted just because she was a girl. In many remote areas of the exile, because of the local customs and habits, the local women did not care too much about this. Even some minority groups took appropriate exposure as a style, such as her widowed aunt. But she was different. She had received the most standard education since she was a child, but she was not willing to accept paddling under the comments of millions of people in the next few days. The problem was, how to get rid of it. How to find a foolproof plan. Chapter 655. Huang Xiaoya knew that she only had one chance. She would rather risk her grandfather's punishment and stick to her bottom line. She was a swordsman. Of course, she was not now, but she would definitely be in the future. Since she was a swordsman, she should always stick to her own will and not be swayed by others, even if it was her own grandfather. She could not persist at home, because the old man had countless ways to deal with her. Her chance was right outside, on the way out with her aunt. Huang Xiaoya was very depressed. The dragon boat competition this time came too suddenly. If she had known that there would be such a calamity, she would have avoided it long ago. No matter how difficult the swordsman team was, they could still find a replacement. Unfortunately, the news came in a hurry, and her grandfather did not care about her feelings at all. He patted his chest and promised the Huang clan to produce a chi refinement warrior. In the end, she was trapped inside. Even if she wanted to run, how could it be too late? But a chi refinement warrior, under the care of a foundation establishment cultivator, how many chances would there be? Galloping all the way, no accidents happened. During the Dragon God Festival, everyone's temper was exceptionally good. Even if Huang Xiaoya tried several times without leaving a trace, such as charging her horse into others, knocking over roadside vendors, and quarreling with others, she could not get rid of her aunt's meaningful surveillance. She knew that she could not go too far. If she went too far, she would really be dragged to the registration area by her aunt. At that time, she would have no chance at all. Huang Xiaoya placed her hopes on the place where the dragon boat set off, because there were enough people there and enough opportunities. The gathering of hundreds of thousands of people was not something that a foundation establishment cultivator could fully monitor. This was her last chance. No matter whether the opportunity was good or not, she would take action. She could not wait any longer. The heavens were like this. When there was plenty of time along the way, the heavens did not give her a chance. But when she decided to take advantage of the crowd to forcefully escape at the scene of the competition, the opportunity quietly came. Because she had her own thoughts and intentions, Huang Xiaoya paid special attention to the people she met along the way, especially the cultivators. Her thoughts were very simple. Only by extorting money from cultivators could she create a real dispute and create an opportunity to escape. However, her efforts along the way had disappointed her. First, there were very few cultivators among the mortals. Second, when the other cultivators saw the small flying sword on the aunt's robe behind her, they immediately retreated from the resentment they had. In the land of exile, at least on the surface, no one dared to challenge the swordsman from the autonomous world. They had been taught too many lessons, and tens of thousands of years were enough to teach them something. But this time, she made a new discovery. It was a young man who was drinking in a shed by the roadside. He sat alone and wore the most common clothes in the land of exile. Although he had a sunny appearance and eyes that shone like stars, he still could not be called a crane in a flock of chickens. He blended into the sea of people and blended into the crowd. She noticed two things. One was the hair. The style of hairstyle in the land of exile was not much different from that of the main world. It was all about growing hair, and depending on the environment and the occasion, one's status would determine whether it was a tall hat, a daoist hat, a small hat, a small hat, a hat, and so on. This person did not wear a hat. His long hair was simply tied up with a hairpin and draped over his shoulders. It was the most common hairstyle for scholars and talented people. It was chic and unruly. In this Dragon God Festival, men dressed like this could be found everywhere, so it was not surprising. The difference was in the quality of the hair. Ordinary mortals would walk for several days and their hair would be covered in oil, dandruff, and dust. No matter how diligent they were in taking care of it, it would still be distinguishable at a glance. It was not as good as cultivators who could control their bodily functions, always keeping their hair smooth and flowing with the wind. Looking at the quality of this person's hair, it was clear that he was a cultivator. His realm was unknown, but from his aura, it was likely that he was a chi cultivator like her. The hairpin was inserted diagonally, not upright as it was under normal circumstances. The result of this insertion method was that the hair was not draped over the back, but fell over the left and right shoulders. The reason why Huang Xiaoya paid attention to this point was because she had only seen this hairpin insertion method on her grandfather. There was also once when her grandfather was in a good mood at a family gathering and asked about it. Only then did she know that this insertion method was to ensure that the hair would not be cut off by the flying sword when the sword case was unsheathed. Therefore, it had to be inserted diagonally, letting the hair fall over the left and right shoulders. This was a habit. Although it was inadvertent, for an intelligent woman like her, it was not difficult to find out as long as she paid attention. Could it be that he was also a swordsman chi cultivator who came to participate in the dragon boat race? She was not completely sure, but there was always a possibility. Would she get pregnant if she asked, "Brother, are you a fellow cultivator who came to participate in the dragon boat race?" This little girl pays her respects. Lu Xiaoyi turned his head and a young woman with bright eyes appeared in his line of sight. She was in the bud and was in the prime of her youth. However, there was obviously an elder behind her that caught his eye. As she walked, she swayed and swayed gracefully, her waves surging. Not really. I just came to take a look and feel it. Well, with my cultivation, I may not meet the requirements of the competition. Lu Xiaoyi really came to watch the fun. With his cultivation, he could actually hide in the sky and look down. It was more panoramic, but he lost the feeling of the atmosphere. If he flew at a low altitude, was he looking at the dragon boat? Or was the audience looking at him? Therefore, he simply landed far away and walked on foot. Being in touch with the mortal world, he could also adjust his mood. He was not worried about being discovered by others, so he put away the sword case. As for the aura of his cultivation, he had now made progress in the cultivation method of the stars. He began to understand an additional ability of the cultivation method of the stars, the silence of the stars. This was the ability to disperse one's aura to the stars that one had comprehended. Now, he had comprehended close to 2,000 stars. Therefore, when his aura was spread out through the 2,000 stars, he would reach the level of a chi refinement warrior below the foundation establishment. This was the aura concealment technique, which was much more advanced than the spirit concealment technique. It was not deliberate at all, but natural. Only a top-notch technique like the Big Dipper scripture could do it. He was not lying when he said that he did not meet the requirements of the competition. Of course, a Jindan could not participate in the activities of a chi cultivator. Wasn't this bullying? However, Huang Xiaoye had obviously misunderstood. She had a preconceived notion that this person was a chi cultivator. Perhaps he had not reached the peak of chi cultivator? What was so important about this? It was not like he was lacking in this little bit. She saw hope, a hope of substituting one thing for another. She still needed to verify it. Brother, are you a swordsman? Are you from the main world? These words were very rude, but it also depended on who said it. If it was an innocent girl with bright eyes, then it was fine to be rude, right? Huang Xiaoye was very good at making use of her assets. Her eyes and frown had the innocence of a young girl. This was also her goal. If she did not want to be seen by millions of people, then it was not bad to sacrifice a little for the person in front of her. Anyway, this person was not bad, so she would not lose out. Chapter 656. Lu Xiaoyi was gentle and refined. He had this foundation. He came from a big family, so there was no need to pretend. Especially in front of these two beauties, one had been touched by a pig, and the other had not. He was a kind person. Oh? How did you find out, miss? Is my performance very obvious? Huang Xiaoye smiled but did not answer. Her face was full of pride, but Daffodil Luoluo Dafar came over to greet him. She was a foundation establishment cultivator and considered herself an elder, but Lu Xiaoyi would not call her aunt. In terms of age, they had to call him great-grandfather. In the cultivation world, age was not the only thing that mattered. The more one talked about it, the more chaotic it became. I see that little brother is not far from the peak of chi refining. You also have the qualifications to participate. Young people should be brave enough to hit the water. Why did you abandon the boat and not fight? Which family are you from? Tell me, maybe I know your elders. How could Lu Xiaoyi know the real situation of the nearby swordsman family? There was no way to make up a lie. If she casually asked for a person's name, he would be exposed, so he simply shut up and laughed. Huang Xiaoye immediately found the problem with her unique way of thinking. You didn't hide because you didn't want to participate in the dragon boat race, did you? I knew it was like this. Otherwise, with so many swordsman families, how could it be my turn to stand out? This is not fair. Lu Xiaoyi found that women were not scary when they talked to themselves. What was scary was that they wanted to prove themselves. He did not say anything, but the two women had already filled in his background, experience, reason, purpose, and so on. It was really others who said things about him that made him speechless. He still did not understand the purpose of the two women. It might be a misunderstanding. Maybe the girl was complaining that she did not want to participate in such a boat race, but this had nothing to do with him. It was best if the girl went to row the boat. He could also get closer to her aunt, therefore, he did not refute, but only laughed, which made Huang Xiaoye even more certain. However, she was from a swordsman family, so she still had the minimum vigilance. "Let me see your sword talisman." Half coquettish, half threatening. "You can't just show it to anyone." Lu Xiaoyi was afraid that taking it out would scare them, because his sword talisman was a Shenyuan core disciple's sword talisman, which was unique to the Sword Qi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. It was not the same as the ordinary Shenyuan sword talisman. He was afraid that once he took it out, he would expose himself and lose this beautiful misunderstanding. He would become an elder and lose the fun. In order to show fairness, she first took out her own sword talisman, and then forced her aunt to take out her sword talisman. When Lu Xiaoyi saw this, he almost laughed out loud. They were simply two fakes, probably made by the Huang family herself. There was a trace of the Huang family's sword aura on it, and it could only be used to scare people in the land of exile. Perhaps it was recognized by the swordsman families here, but in the main world, it was nothing. "If you don't take it out, I'll punish you for impersonating a Shenyuan swordsman." Failing to seduce him, Huang Xiaoya immediately changed it to a threat. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't be angry. After all, she only wanted to form a good relationship with him, so he had no choice but to take out his sword talisman and flash it. He even deliberately concealed the aura within it. Of course, the aura of the sword talisman couldn't be hidden, so the two women confirmed his identity. However, Huang Xiaoya was very unconvinced. "Hey, why is your sword talisman so exquisite? Its aura is also much stronger." "No, when I go back, I have to ask Grandpa to make me another one." Seeing that the two women were indifferent to the sword talisman, Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood where the problem was. These two wooden hammers must have never seen the real Shenyuan sword talisman, so they were completely unable to understand the truth. It was understandable that they had stayed in the land of exile for their entire lives, and their family lived alone, so how could there be an atmosphere of the sword vein? He didn't say anything, and only said a few words. "Maybe the sword talisman of a male is more exquisite." It would have been better if Huang Xiaoya didn't hear this, but after hearing this, she became angry. "Male? What's wrong with a male? The benefits are all yours, but you want us women to row the boat. Yet you came here to hide and relax." Lu Xiaoyi finally understood her intentions, but he couldn't help her with this kind of thing. "Hihi, when the time comes, I'll wave the flag and cheer for you. Who wants you to cheer for me?" Although Huang Xiaoya said that, she immediately had a plan in her heart. There were still 2 days left. Time was a bit tight, but it wasn't completely impossible. She decided to use a beauty trap and encourage this guy to take her place in the boat race. This was the perfect result. She didn't need to personally get on the boat, and her grandfather wouldn't blame her. It was the best of both worlds. A beauty trap was not very useful for cultivators, especially for cultivators with higher realms. If a mere woman could tempt them, then this Dao could be considered a dog's body. But at lower realms, it was different. For example, Foundation establishment cultivators had the need to become Dao companions, so their resistance to this aspect was weaker. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were like this, not to mention Qi refinement warriors. Strictly speaking, Qi refinement warriors were not cultivators at all. They didn't even have magic power. They were in a state where their bodies were becoming stronger, but their minds had not yet caught up. This was a transitional stage between cultivators and mortals, and it was especially easy for them to be tempted by women. There were still 3 days left, and Huang Xiaoya felt that she could do it. "Since everyone is of the same bloodline, then let's go together. We can also take care of each other." Lu Xiaoyi gladly accepted the order. Having a beauty with him was much more interesting than being alone, but after only 1 day, Huang Xiaoya knew that her plan might not work. Love was a woman's talent, and they had a natural desire to perform. Jealousy was also a woman's specialty, and they had a terrifying intuition about it. In just 1 day, Huang Xiaoya felt that this guy who came from an unknown family was very perverted. He actually looked at her aunt more than her. "I treat you as a friend, and you actually want to be my uncle?" She decided to change her plan. Although she was a little disappointed, she had a big goal. She also wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, so she was very resistant to marriage. Her family always gave her pressure in this aspect, but she had her grandfather to support her, so she was not afraid of anyone. This was the only thing that satisfied her about the old man from the Huang family. Since she wasn't attractive enough, then she could only persuade her aunt to do it. But although her aunt doted on her, she couldn't possibly give her body for this, right? She also wouldn't push her family into the arms of others for her own reasons. Luckily, it was just a loan. Aunt Water Immortal was a foundation establishment cultivator, so why would she be afraid of this perverted guy doing something bad? She needed to set up a trap, a simple one. It would give her a chance to escape, and at the same time, because her aunt had this brat as a scapegoat, she wouldn't specially come after her. Huang Xiaoya's little brain started to work, and she carefully calculated. Chapter 657. Seeing that the river was right in front of them, the three of them found 2 inns and spent a lot of money to book 2 rooms for them to rest in. Now was the beginning of the Dragon God Festival, and it was hard to find a room, so they could only split it into 2. Of course, cultivators did not need this kind of rest. It was noisy with so many people, so they might as well meditate in the wild. However, Qi refinement warriors were not as good. Moreover, where was there a quiet place by the river? Lu Xiaoyi was reading by the window when the door was pushed open roughly. Water deity walked in with her eyebrows raised, pointing at Lu Xiaoyi. Damn pervert, give me back my corset. Lu Xiaoyi was very innocent. What corset? I've never seen it before. Water deity, if you want me to buy it for you, can't you just say so? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Water deity, the auntie, swept her phoenix eyes and found a bag of miscellaneous items on the couch. She walked over and shook it, and a pink silk bundle was shaken out just like that. She was born in a barbarian land after all, so she did not feel that there was anything wrong with carrying her private things like this. She just stared at Lu Xiaoyi. What is this? Do you still want to deny it? Lu Xiaoyi saw and knew what was going on. Just now, Huang Xiaoye came to his room to chat and left him a scarf for him to wave during the dragon boat competition, thinking that she supported him. Although this kind of little girl's sentiments were very childish, considering her age and the fact that her state of mind was low, he could only acquiesce. As for whether he would wave it or not, with so many people, who would know? For a grown man to wave this thing in the crowd, it was really embarrassing. Ever since Huang Xiaoye left, he had not opened it to take a look. Who knew that there was actually such a thing in the bag? Even if he was Jindan's divine sense, how could he distinguish between a scarf and a silk bundle of the same material? As for the faint fragrance on it, he only thought that it was the smell of a girl and did not think too much about it. In the end, he was successfully framed by this cunning girl. Thus, he sighed. These two were really something that made people speechless. Auntie, don't be impatient. If I were you, I would go back and see if your Huang Xiaoye is still there. Water deity was startled, but immediately came to her senses. Just like the wind that came, the fire that left. By the time she had crossed more than half of the town and arrived at her guest room, there was no one in the room. It was empty. The room was empty. He then leaped onto the roof and looked around. All around him were human heads. There were at least 10,000 people. The closer he got to the river, the more there were. He was afraid that there were at least 100,000 people. How could they find someone in such an environment? Fortunately, she still had a record. She had planted a special fragrance on that wretched girl's body, so she could use it to find her whereabouts. Therefore, she set out to find the fragrance, identifying the scent, and following it. After tossing and turning for an hour, she came to an abrupt halt. That little girl was very crafty. She had long been familiar with her methods. Not only did she erase the fragrance that she had put on her, but she also applied the same fragrance on other people. She had tried several times to find the wrong person. In this situation, it was impossible to find him. She knew that the wretched girl was unwilling, but she didn't think that she would dare to do such a decisive thing. She dared to disregard the orders of the ancestor, her father-in-law. She was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and a native of the exile. She hadn't seen much of the world, and even less had come into contact with the complexity of the outside world. Because of their close relationship, it was normal for her methods to be broken by the little girl. Although the ancestor of her family was strict, he had given his granddaughter many treasures to protect her. Therefore, there was now an awkward situation. No matter how much trouble Huang Xiaoye made, no matter how overboard she was, her surname was still Huang. However, her surname wasn't Huang. She was an outsider. Her husband had passed away early and didn't even leave behind any children. If she really went back to report, it was hard to say what the wretched girl would do to her. Her father-in-law was very strict. He didn't recognize anyone but the rules. At this point, she couldn't help but think of the last few words that the wretched girl said. The way this unknown swordsman looked at her was very different. She was also a woman, so she agreed with Xiao Ye's observation. Today, she was secretly pleased with herself. She felt that she still had her youth and charm. But she didn't expect that she would have to use her charm so soon. That wretched girl was very accurate about one thing. The best way for everyone to get through this difficult situation was to let this swordsman substitute one person for another. This matter wasn't difficult. The Huang family didn't report the names and genders of the participants. Cultivators weren't so rigid and old-fashioned. They emphasized self-discipline. Now the problem was, how could she persuade him? Threaten him first, then seduce him. This was the decision of Aunt Shui's Yan. It had to be said that if they weren't a family, they wouldn't enter the same house. In terms of methods, she and Huang Xiaoya weren't fundamentally different. She needed to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this boy ran away, she would really lose all her eggs and have no room to turn around. Lu Xiaoyi didn't run away. Why did he run away? The torment of these two lunatics was just an interlude in his viewing of the Dragon Boat Convention. Until Shui's Yan came back and fiercely barged in again. You must represent my Huang family in the Dragon Boat Convention. Without you, Xiaoya wouldn't have run away. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't surprised that Huang Xiaoya stood him up, but he didn't want to do anything about it. His spiritual sense was enough to ensure that he could find Huang Xiaoya soon after she left. What was the point? If he did, Huang Xiaoya wouldn't be happy. If he didn't, Shui's Yan wouldn't be happy. It was all trouble. Aunt's words are a bit unreasonable. You're Huang family's own business. Why do you have to put it on an outsider like me? Do you think my family is easy to bully? Hurry up and find him. Don't waste time here with me. I'm trapped. It wasn't easy for me to escape. I don't want to fall into it again. Shui's Yan fiercely said, You, a little qi refinement cultivator, dare to talk nonsense in front of me? I'm afraid you haven't tasted the methods of foundation establishment, right? If you don't listen to me, do you believe that I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. What? Does Auntie want to strangle me with that corset? Shui's Yan tossed and turned for a long time, but still couldn't convince this stubborn guy. The key was that she didn't have any effective means of torturing people. What she learned came from the sword vein. The sword vein didn't have any research on these unorthodox methods. When it came to her, there was nothing. She didn't dare to use the ruthless methods of the sword vein. The dragon boat race was close at hand. What if her body was injured? Moreover, the other party was another swordsman family. Was it better to break her promise at the dragon boat race or to become enemies with another sword vein family? She wasn't confused. The former was just a punishment, the latter was very likely to lead to death. She had no choice but to use the second method, which was seduction. Fortunately, this guy's appearance was decent and not disgusting. Moreover, for a woman like her who came from a remote place, she was far less repulsed by this kind of thing than the people of the Central Plains. So she immediately changed her face. Little brother, can't you help me? If you like corsets, just take them. What else do you want? I'll satisfy you. Lu Xiaoyi never thought that things would develop in such a strange direction, but he didn't refuse. If you say so, I won't be sleepy anymore. Chapter 658. The next day, a refreshed Lu Xiaoyi walked out of his room after the sun was high in the sky, followed by a somewhat tired water deity. She didn't expect that this guy was someone who didn't care about emotions and only pursued practicality. He wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit, and wouldn't speak unless he saw benefits. It didn't matter. Between a cultivator and a man, they would just treat it as dual cultivation. The key was to achieve their goal. Damn it, it's time to register. It'll be too late if you wait any longer, water deity urged. Lu Xiaoyi was very hesitant. Didn't we agree that I would row the boat for 5 days and change it 5 times? This is only the first time. Water deity was annoyed. Record it down and return it when you come back. How can we still make it in time? I'm warning you, if you go back on your word and play tricks, don't blame me for looking for your family and ruining your reputation. The development of the situation was getting stranger and stranger. In fact, water deity wasn't completely forced. After all, she had been a widow for a long time and still had needs. She didn't dare to act recklessly in her family, but outside, she met a rather outstanding young man. Both were willing. However, the most important thing now was to register her name first. What's your name? I still don't know it. Water deity realized that she had been very muddle-headed this night. She didn't have the calmness of a foundation establishment cultivator at all. She had already done that, but she didn't even know his name. Lu Xiaoyi was very pleased with himself, but he still didn't reveal his true identity. It wasn't that he was ruthless, but it wasn't appropriate to lie. It would be troublesome if he told the truth. Is my name that important? What's important is the name of the Huang family's participant. You can just randomly pick a name from the Huang family. Why are you asking me? Water deity was so angry that her teeth itched. He was still so irresponsible after eating his fill. However, there was no other way. The situation was urgent. She had to get through this hurdle first. Thus, she registered her name and used the Huang family's sword talisman. Everything went smoothly. All of this was seen by Huang Xiaoya, who was hiding on a mountain far away. She finally heaved a sigh of relief and secretly admired her aunt. How did she make this blockhead change his personality? She didn't know what price her aunt had paid. After all, Huang Xiaoya was a girl who had yet to build her Taoist foundation. Her temperament was limited. She ran away happily, but after running away, she began to worry. She was worried that the boy would not listen to her, worried that something would happen to her aunt, worried about her family's reputation, and worried about her grandfather's punishment. If Lu Xiaoyi didn't show up in the end, she would probably take the initiative to walk up and bear her own responsibility. There were limits to rebellion. But now, everything was resolved. Everything was calm and everything was going smoothly. She decided to find a place to have some fun and then quietly wait for the dragon boat race to begin. The dragon boat was 120 feet long and 5 feet wide. It was custom-made and could not be changed. Only the dragon heads were of different shapes and colors. 20 chi refinement warriors waited bare-chested. They sat on the left and right sides of the oars. The oars were 30 feet long and the widest part was close to a foot. When the oars moved, only strong men could move freely. Among the 20 people, only 18 people were controlling the oars. One person at the dragon head stood with his back to the oars. He was responsible for beating the drum and controlling the rhythm of the oars. At the stern of the boat, one person was steering the boat. More than 400 dragon boats were lined up in the middle of the river. It was a magnificent sight. It was very simple to keep the boats in line. In the middle of the river, there was an iron lock. The tail of each dragon boat was connected to the iron lock. When the gong sounded, everyone would move forward side by side and start the race. Lu Xiaoyi sat in the boat. He didn't look different from the others. Although he was now more than 300 years old, time did not leave any trace on his face. The silence of the stars also made it impossible to see any abnormality in his cultivation. The people in charge here were basically at the level of foundation establishment. The limited vision of a few Jin Dan was not enough to see the real situation of the top-level magic. If Yuanying was here, she might be able to see it. Unfortunately, there was no one here. How did he end up here with a group of chi refinement warriors? Until now, he still couldn't figure it out. He was just here to join in the fun, but in the end, he became a participant. It was funny. He didn't feel that there was anything to be embarrassed about. He was a young man, so what was wrong with that? Moreover, the thank you gift was very tempting. Thinking of the 4 rewards later, it was worth it to work hard on the boat. He liked this kind of adventure. It was natural and bizarre. He didn't have to worry about the beginning and the end. It was neat and tidy, and everyone was willing. Of course, he would never use power beyond the chi refinement warriors in such a competition, even if their dragon boat couldn't rank in the top 10. This was the principle of a cultivator at his level. He could participate, but he wouldn't change the result. The dragon boat race had been going on for a few days. After eating, drinking, and playing, the popularity began to accumulate slowly. The finale was about to begin. On Lu Xiaoyi's boat, the most experienced people were the drummers on the dragon's head and the helmsman on the dragon's tail. It was not their first time participating in the race, so they had experience in boat racing. This was also the standard of almost all dragon boat teams. The paddlers were just using stupid strength. A good helmsman could lead them to the most reasonable path, while a drummer could mobilize everyone's emotions at the critical moment and maintain a reasonable rhythm of sprinting and accumulating power. The time had come. With a gong, the tail hook of the dragon boat fell off. More than 400 dragon boats were like arrows, shooting out in competition. This was also the most chaotic time. No matter how wide the river was, it couldn't avoid the collision between the blades of the dragon boats. In order to compete for position, no one gave in. This was the biggest attraction of the dragon boat starting point. The children of the swordsman family still had solid basic skills, and they valued explosive power very much. Therefore, they still had a lot of advantages in the starting point. They basically stayed in the top 100. As the distance between each other widened, it was the real beginning. 3,000 miles was a competition of strength. Blindly attacking and exploding was not enough. Lu Xiaoyi paddled unhurriedly, maintaining the same rhythm and frequency as the others. It was not so much a race as a view of the scenery. The same scenery, overlooking from the sky and looking up from the boat, were 2 different experiences. Being in a group, paddling in the low and powerful drumming, watching the scenery on both sides of the river pass by quickly, and listening to the thunderous shouts of the audience, it was also a different artistic conception. Momentum, power, speed, turbulence, whirlpools, and shoals. When all these were combined, a wonderful rhythm emerged in the mind, leaving a rich aftertaste. Even the activities of Qi trainers had their own true meaning. The existence of Tao was not limited to the realm. Lu Xiaoyi was in this wonderful artistic conception. He seemed to be paddling mechanically, but in fact, he was immersed in his own perception. It was the harmony between heaven and earth, nature and human beings. One was moving and one was still, one was stretching and one was moving. The speed of the dragon boat was about 60 miles per hour. It was not easy for Qi trainers to go against the current. The delay was in some places where the water flow was complicated, but it was also the easiest place to overtake. Lu Xiaoyi was actually slacking. Chapter 659. P.S. It's the end of the month. Friends, do you still have any votes left? Since we have nothing to do, let's vote for the expired vote. From next month onwards, we will update every 500 votes. Thank you for your support. After a few days of rowing, when the dragon boat group was nearing the finish line, everyone no longer held back. The distance between the first and the last place had been pulled to a few hundred miles, but there were still dozens of dragon boats in the first group that were tightly clinging to each other for the final sprint. The last few hundred miles were basically flat and wide waters, which was suitable for sprinting. It was also specially arranged so that the spectators on both sides of the river were mesmerized. The swordsman's dragon boat was very special. The bow of the boat was not a dragon head, but a sword head. Of course, they were not the most special ones among all the dragon boats. There were horse heads, cow heads, chicken heads, and all kinds of strange river beasts' heads. There were also human heads, and there was even a half-mermaid, which was not slow at all. They represented the totems of each race and the mascots of their orthodoxies. After tens of thousands of years of the Dragon Boat Conference, it was no longer as lifeless as before. Of course, the dragon heads were still the most common. His companions were all trying their best. This was the last few hundred miles that would determine the ranking. If they did not give it their all, they would not have the chance anymore. The swordsman's sword boat was still in the 30s. This was also their usual strategy, to follow the leading boat closely and then give it their all in the end. Lu Xiaoyi certainly could not give it his all. If he did, the boat would fly. He just maintained the same effort as the others. This was his principle. When the last moment arrived, some very interesting situations appeared in his perception. In this first group, there was almost no one who did not cheat. Basically, there were Foundation establishment cultivators mixed in with them, one or two, but not many. Their purpose was very simple. When the other dragon boats began to accelerate abnormally, they also had to have their own trump card. The sword boat group was one of the few that did not cheat. This was because of their strict sect rules and the inherent pride of the swordsman. Because they were from the same sect, and because of their profound knowledge, the combined strength of the 20 swordsmen was far superior to the motley crew. Only now did Lu Xiaoyi understand why the swordsman squad could only barely make it into the top 10 in the previous swordsman squads. Sometimes, they could not even make it into the top 10. The closer they got to the destination, the more intense the competition became. The speed of the sword boat had basically reached the limit of what a chi refinement warrior could achieve. The bow of the boat was raised high and the speed was close to 100 miles per hour. But even so, there were still dragon boats that could not catch up with them. There were even dragon boats that surpassed them. For example, a blood-red dragon boat with a human head and faceless face was slowly overtaking the sword boat. The swordsman was so angry that they couldn't shake it off no matter how hard they tried. Only the stern of the dragon boat was still submerged in the water. Most of the boat's hull was raised high due to its speed, and the oarsmen at the front could only keep half of their oars in the water. This is F*King fake. But the ordinary spectators did not care about these details. They only wanted to watch the show. The more intense the show, the better. The more outstanding the strange boat, the better. In the last 10 miles, Lu Xiaoyi judged the situation. The sword boat was in the 11th place. The ones at the front were all disguised as Foundation establishment cultivators using yin force, and the ones at the back were not a threat to the sword boat for the time being. It was his first time participating in such an event. Did he have to swallow the regret of being schemed against? If everyone followed the rules, he would of course follow them too. It did not matter even if he fell out of the top 10. But if someone used this method to achieve his goal, then he was not a kind person either. The flying boat in the front was less than a mile away from the finish line. It was only a matter of 10 breaths. The blood-red dragon boat with a human head and faceless face was catching up and overtaking them continuously. It was close to the top 3. Although it was only a mile away, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh based on its performance. Of course, it had nothing to do with the sword boat. They were now in the 11th place. Unless they flew, there was no hope of surpassing them. The dragon boat behind them was also very far away. He could not violate his own principles. With Jindan's ability, he could accelerate the sword boat, but he could do something else. He seemed to have other ideas about how to do bad things. The paddle entered the water, and a trace of the power of the 5 elements silently mixed into the water. Through the river, it reached a distance of a mile away. Huang Xiaoya was also mixed in the crowd. Together with a few of her friends, they desperately cheered for the sword boat. She had never worked so hard before, because she felt guilty. At this time, she had already begun to regret. Why did she try so hard to avoid such a boat? She could have fought for glory for her own orthodoxy in front of tens of thousands of people, but now, the half-dead was in the 11th place, just one more to be in the top 10 and get the blessing of the dragon god. If they were at the back, it would not matter if they were dead. But in this position, couldn't they put in a little more effort? Especially that dead man. No one would pay special attention to a specific person on a certain dragon boat, except for her. She had been staring at this guy. She had her own woman's special intuition. Looking at the wretched smile on this person's face and the calm paddle, she knew that this damned guy was not doing his best. At a time like this, he was still lazy. If she could control her sword, she would want to give this guy a good beating. Amidst the cheers of hundreds of thousands of people, the scene they liked to see the most appeared. A dragon boat suddenly appeared. It was a blood-red boat, and amidst the deafening shouts, the bow of the boat rose higher and higher, and the contact with the water became less and less. The long oars in the hands of the oarsmen in front could no longer reach the water, but their speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, under the astonished gazes of hundreds of thousands of people, the last bit of contact with the water disappeared, and the entire blood-red dragon boat flew up. Yes, it flew up in an illogical manner. The 18 oarsmen were still numbly paddling, but why did they feel that it was so easy to paddle now? Was it like they were paddling in the air? They were originally paddling in the air. Cultivation was not unfamiliar in the exile land, and it was also something that everyone knew. So now, what did the strangeness of this dragon boat mean? Even the mortals had some guesses. The huge cheers turned into loud boos and boos, which made the scene particularly lively. Cheating. Cheating. Huang Xiaoya's brain worked well, and she shouted loudly with several of her companions. Of course, the voices of the Qi cultivators were much louder than that of ordinary people. They quickly infected the people around them and merged into a force that quickly spread until hundreds of thousands of people shouted together. Cheating. Cheating. On the blood-red flying boat, the last 3 of the 18 oarsmen were also the 3 veteran Foundation establishment cultivators arranged by the force behind them. Of course, they did not need to be too strict. Which of the dragon boats in front did not have a Foundation establishment cultivator? It was a tacit secret. They were dumbfounded and complaining to each other. Liu Laroa. Don't F***king use your strength. Can't you see that the boat is flying? King used my strength long ago. Wang Laowu, don't slander me. The 2 of them looked at Zheng Laoqi together, and Zheng Laoqi spread his hands. We didn't do it, it was pushed by the water. Someone secretly did it. Chapter 660. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. In the new month, 500 monthly votes will be added. Thank you for your support. The Dragon Boat Conference came to an end, but it was not perfect because some people and some forces had crossed the line. It was a well-known secret that there were Foundation establishment stage cultivators among the Dragon Boat oarsmen. In fact, it was the practice of those powerful forces to not lose face. At the beginning, everyone still followed the rules and used the power of Qi cultivators. If others did not use any tricks, they would not use any tricks. It was a passive preparation to deal with others. But later, they slowly became active. Finally, they began to lose control during the sprint. But there was a principle. You could not let the dragon boat fly. Do you think others are blind? The result was also very simple. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, there was no way to leave it unsettled. Therefore, the blood-red dragon boat was removed from the top 10 as a punishment. The sword boat naturally became the 10th dragon boat to arrive and caught the last bus to receive the dragon boat blessing. The dragon god's blessing was a very illusory concept. Lu Xiaoyi did not want to stay here and wait for this thing. But when he wanted to leave secretly, he saw a girl in the crowd waving at him excitedly. He immediately dismissed the idea of sneaking away quietly. He could not use the ability of Jin Dan to escape now. There were several Jin Dan on the main platform, and it was difficult to completely cover up the traces. It was safer to wait for the big group to disperse and leave together. Otherwise, if he met that girl, she would be full of tricks. Did he really want to be her uncle? So he waited for a few more hours, not for anything else, but for the dragon boats behind. In this regard, the exiles were very well-mannered. Even for these losers, they would warmly welcome them. Maybe they disdained the team in front of them for cheating, so they did it deliberately. When all the dragon boats arrived, the top 10 200 cultivators were led to a huge dragon platform. This was not a temporary wooden platform, but an open space cut out of a stone mountain at the end of the line. There were 20 tall stone pillars around, engraved with various strange totems. According to the people next to them, these were the totems of the 20 most populous ethnic groups on the land of exile. Then, the top of the stone pillar was lit up. It was already close to evening. As the 20 torches burned fiercely, the emotions of the hundreds of thousands of spectators were stirred to the extreme. A jinn dan walked up to the stage. Without saying anything, he lit up a symbol of fortune and disappeared into the night sky. Lu Xiaoyi found it funny. How could there be cultivators who believed in such supernatural things? Perhaps only the Aborigines would be so devout. He felt as if he was standing on the altar of the prairie people. It was also as mysterious as this. It was also the illusory belief of the outer gods, and it was also the countless crazy people below. Then, he truly felt that something was descending. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was the dragon god's blessing. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew very well that this was a blessing under the guise of the dragon god's blessing. It was exactly the same as the sacrificial ceremony of the prairie people. It was just that the prairie people's belief was a mess of deer, cows, horses, and wolves. However, in the land of exile, there was only one thing, the dragon god. The descending providence was also lifeless, as if it had not been activated. Lu Xiaoyi did not know if this providence would be activated. When would it be activated? However, there was one thing that made him very vigilant. Generally, the carriers of providence would not be able to see the inactivated providence. Only he, who had an unusually strong providence and had the colors of nature, could sense it. This was not a guess, but the result of deliberately bringing Li Peinan to see the prairie people's sacrificial ceremony before coming to the land of exile. During that ceremony, providence was still falling bit by bit, but Li Peinan, who was also a carrier of providence, did not have any reaction at all. Not all the 200 people on the stage had providence on them. There were only a few dozen wisps. How could Lu Xiaoyi not figure out the specific conditions for providence to descend on them? Was it a physical and mental compatibility of the recipient? Or was it a purposeful selection by the sender? However, he himself had obtained a wisp. This was something directly obtained from the mysterious dragon god's belief. It was different from the deathly providence that he had seized from the few prairie shamans previously. That was because he vaguely saw that Ari's smiling face again. That familiar smiling face. Nodding repeatedly, showing great concern. This made him shudder with fear. However, he remained calm, silently observing the reactions of every chi refinement warrior who had obtained providence. He quickly realized that there was no difference between those who had obtained providence and those who had not. He was looking at these providence clusters from the perspective of an outsider, but he did not know if they, as the people involved, could discover it in their minds. If they could not for the time being, then what were the conditions for triggering it? Was it the upper realm every time? Or was it completely under the control of the caster? There was no time for him to think carefully. He quietly disappeared along with the crowd. No matter how hard Huang Xiaoya searched, she would never be able to find someone who could accurately determine her position and take the opposite direction in the hundreds of thousands of people. Lu Xiaoyi had long lost interest in continuing to experience the Dragon God Festival. He had even thrown the other 4 anti-daffodil events to the back of his mind. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to properly sort everything out. However, the more he wanted peace and quiet, the more he could not get it. He had not flown for dozens of miles when he could vaguely sense the aura of a spiritual vigor riot in front of him. That was the aura of Jindan level. It was very unusual for it to happen so close to the Dragon God Festival. Lu Xiaoyi did not sneak in. Firstly, he could not do it. Secondly, inappropriate actions might cause others to be enlightened. Besides, he was not interested in eavesdropping on other people's privacy. Just in case, he carried the sword case on his back. With a flash, he headed straight for the center of the arena. When he arrived at the periphery of the arena, he saw a blood river in the sky that was so red that it was turning purple. This was not the Foundation Establishment blood mist of the Red Sun sect that he had seen at the Fish Leaping Cliff, But the real Blood River Great Dao. The other cultivator did not seem to be so high profile, but there were vaguely GU worms appearing on his body. His fighting style was very strange. Even the brilliant Blood River seemed to be unable to stop this person's GU worms from entering and leaving. These two orthodoxies had caused waves in the exile before. Spiritual Master Nan had even specially mentioned them. However, he had never seen them before after coming to the exile several times. It could be seen that they were very low-key. He did not expect to see them this time. There were several other cultivators watching the battle. One of them was wearing the uniform of the heaven-defying sect, and the other was Jin Dan, who was burning his talisman on the Dragon Ascension platform. Lu Xiaoyi somewhat understood. The owner of the Blood River should be the one behind the faceless blood-red dragon boat. This time, he had lost in the dragon boat competition and mistakenly thought that someone was deliberately targeting him, so he came here to seek a solution. He did not speak, nor did he interfere. He just stood aside and watched. However, not long after, the two people who were fighting jumped out of the circle. Obviously, they had sensed the approach of a stranger, and one with a sword case on his back. The cultivators of the heaven-defying sect were the first to welcome him. After all, Shenyuan Sword Sect was their main sect in name. I'm Black Stone. May I ask which superior cultivator is here? We had a conflict because of some small friction. Please forgive us. Chapter 661. Just for the blessing of the Dragon God. Such an ethereal thing. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. He also wanted to know if these Jindan people knew anything about luck. Based on his observation, not all of them had a group of luck, so why did they care so much about the top 10? It's mainly for face. It's only held once every 10 years, and it was destroyed, so it's a bit embarrassing. There are some accumulated grievances, and I need to vent them out in a hurry. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Heisha had never seen this Shenyuan Jindan swordsman, but he didn't know all the Shenyuan swordsmen in the land of exile. The current heaven-defying sect was like a sieve, and it didn't matter which sect it was, so he didn't bother to distinguish. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't tell if he was hiding or telling the truth. At the Jindan realm, even if he had formed a false core in the land of exile, he still had some mental state. He wouldn't blush and his heart would race when he lied. It wasn't so shallow. Seeing that the other Jindan people also gathered around and were very polite, he didn't put on airs and returned their greetings one by one. The Blood River sect and the GU alliance sounded like big villains, but he had never judged people by their appearance, nor did he use history to frame them. The world of cultivation was always changing, people would change, and so would the orthodoxy. How could there be good and bad people who were the same? So he said sincerely, anger is harmful to the body, and it will be a joke if the juniors see it. Moreover, this place is too close to the site of the Dragon Boat Conference. I'm afraid there will be accidental injuries, and it will cause karma. I'm Fei Chai, and I'll be a peacemaker today. Regardless of Xuanyuan's face, let's shake hands and make peace, okay? His words were more pleasing to the ears. In the land of exile, whether it was out of genuine respect or hypocrisy, the local cultivators were all somewhat afraid of Shenyuan. His strength was there, and they had no choice but to admit it. However, sword cultivators were arrogant, cold-faced, and well-disciplined. They acted as if they were the boss, making it difficult for others to get close to them. Therefore, their relationship with each other was maintained as if they minded their own business. They would not easily get involved with sword cultivator clans, but they would also keep a respectful distance from them. Take the sword cultivator today as an example. Although he was also trying to mediate, and they were fully aware that if they didn't listen to him, they would definitely use their swords. However, the way he spoke was very pleasant to the ears. It wasn't an order, and it wasn't a condescending arrogance. It was much easier to accept. The Blood River sect's Daoist cupped his fists. I'm Ju Shui. Since Brother Shenyuan has spoken, my Blood River sect will bear with it. It's not a big deal. Fellow Daoist is right, hurting the mortals below, or letting the children see it, it's not good. The Jiu Dao cultivator also bowed. I'm Bai Ju, and I have a bad temper. Although Ju Shui is slandering me, I shouldn't lower myself to his level. Why bother? Lu Xiaoyi was terrifyingly straightforward. He also wanted to use some kind of straightforwardness to find out the truth of these natives. If he were to search for the results alone, the land of exile was so big, where would he start? It was better to beat the grass and scare the snake, or mix in with them. It was better than him searching blindly. No matter how big the conspiracy was, at least it wouldn't be now. And now, the land of exile was still firmly in Xuanyuan's hands. He, both of you don't have to be suspicious of each other. The bloodboat's flight was indeed sabotaged by someone, but it was not the first-ranked GU boat who sabotaged it, it was me. Everyone was shocked, they did not know why he said that. In order to resolve the grudge between Blood River sect and GU Dao, there was no need to be so self-deprecating, right? Lu Xiaoyi explained, when I first came to the land of exile, I found the dragon boat convention interesting, so by chance, I disguised myself as an oarsman and mixed in with the sword boat. But my results were not good. Just as I was about to fall out of the top 10, the blood boat flew past my sword boat majestically. I was so angry that I sent it flying. I thought it was a joke, but it caused the two of you to be so serious. I am truly ashamed. Everyone listened to him and understood the truth of the matter. They could not help laughing, including Blood River sect's Zhu Shui. He laughed more heartily than anyone else. This was the way cultivators dealt with matters. The key wasn't who did what, but this bold style of revealing one's past was admirable. As for whether or not they obtained first place, in their hearts, it was indeed just a matter of face. How could it be that important? Zhu Shui was very happy, so it was because we offended Xuanyuan's upper cultivator. My Blood River sect was blind, we deserved to be eliminated. But Brother Fei, my Blood River sect is definitely going to befriend you. Please don't despise my Blood River sect for being vulgar. Bai Jin was also very happy. It was not because the injustice had been washed away, but because the other party was natural and unrestrained. He did not treat them, the heretics, as evil. This was very rare. He was willing to admit in front of them that he had done something bad. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. He gave a thumbs up. Brother Fei, you have great 5 elements ability. That flying boat of yours flew well, it should have directly sent Blood River sect's group to the mountain. This old man will make a friend of you. If you have time, come to my Mount Laka, this old man will treat you well. Lu Xiaoyi observed their expressions and found that these people really did not know anything about the group of Qi Yuan. He was also puzzled. Then who was the one who secretly planned all this? Or was no one planning it, and they were also being used? So he smiled. Before coming to this place of exile, I heard that there are 2 very special orthodoxes here. Although they are unorthodox, they have a long history. I have always wanted to see them, but unfortunately, I have no chance to see their true faces. I will definitely disturb you. I'm a person who loves learning. I want to see all unfamiliar orthodoxes one by one. When the time comes, I hope everyone will not find me troublesome. He bid farewell to everyone one by one, leaving a promise to meet later, before everyone reluctantly left. These Jin Dan still had their own disciples and subordinates at the Dragon Boat Conference. They needed to be taken care of, but none of them were all alone like Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi flew around casually, thinking about the truth of this Dragon God Conference. He found that some things were getting more and more interesting. There must be something that he had overlooked, right? In his close to 300 years of contact with the path of Qi of Fate, he had first come into contact with humans who carried Qi of Fate, then the realm's spirit vigor that carried Qi of Fate, and then he discovered that plants and animals could also carry Qi of Fate. Therefore, when the prairie people's sacrifices could pass down Qi of Fate, he subconsciously wondered if these inexplicable so-called god totems could also carry Qi of Fate and transmit it through the power of faith of humans. The prairie people's Qi of Fate was passed down through the gathering of a large number of mortals, and the dragon god's Qi of Fate was similarly passed down through the gathering of a large number of mortals. In that case, was the transmission of Qi of Fate through the medium of faith? Was it that every god revered by humans would be blessed by Qi of Fate? Or was it just a part of it? Or could it be understood the other way around, that gods existed because they had faith, and that faith was what truly attracted Qi of Fate? Why did these things always happen around him? Was it targeted at him? Or was it the sect he belonged to? Or the realm? If he were to one day go to a completely foreign realm that had nothing to do with the blue sky realm and the 5 rings, would these inexplicable things still happen? Could there be a certain person or a certain force that had mastered this method of transmitting chi of fate? Was all of this intentional? His head was about to explode from thinking about it. Chapter 662. Lu Xiaoyi casually wandered around and found a random mountain to cultivate on. He needed a period of peace and quiet. He was a conspiracy theorist. The memories from his previous life and his family background made it difficult for him to use simple and hot-blooded thinking to consider the series of problems he encountered in his cultivation. In the blue sky main world, it was difficult for him to start his own exploration because of the complicated relationships between various forces. But in the land of exile, in the backyard of Shenyuan, he didn't have to think too much. This was why he deliberately made friends with a few heterodox cultivators. They were all old foxes. When he extended an olive branch, those Jindan people would accept it. They also needed a friend with a sword vein, which was very good for their survival environment. Under the appearance of heroism, there was actually a calculation of benefit. It sounded very snobbish, but after experiencing Qin Erong's death, Lu Xiaoyi understood a truth. Taking the initiative to show goodwill didn't mean there was a conspiracy. Even if it was snobbish at the beginning, it was possible to become friends in the end. At his current level, if he still wanted to be pure in his communication, he would never have any friends. Life and death friends were friends, and friends with benefits were also friends. Under certain circumstances, they could actually be interchangeable. The sword tray continued to work. Instead of 2 hours a day, it became 4 hours a day. He had a sense of urgency, just like when he first climbed up the dome. Good days were always short-lived. Ever since he formed his gold core and relaxed for several decades, the crisis had found him again. It was still vague and mysterious, but he had a feeling that when he reached the nascent soul realm one day, it might be the time to unveil this big curtain. Before that, he had to have the ability to use his sword against opponents of any level. The Nanjunren didn't understand him and didn't know where his sense of crisis was, so he advised him in every way possible. But he himself knew what was going on. Other than the sword plate, he focused his swordsmanship on the sword formation, switching back and forth between the Big Dipper sword formation and the 5-element sword formation, connecting them perfectly. He sought different combinations of scattered attacks and the sword formation to suppress the enemy, and how to maintain the power of the sword formation while fully displaying the technical characteristics of a single flying sword. For example, the darkness of the hidden fragrance, the thunder of the navy, the spirit of the tiger god, the mystery of the luck cutter. He could not give up the characteristics of a single sword just because he had a sword formation. That would be neglecting the essentials and focusing on the trifles. He could not look down on a sword formation just because he had the characteristics of a single sword. That would be rejecting the system. It had to be integrated, balanced, and turned the sword formation into a kind of structure, a framework. While maintaining the overall pressure, it could fully display the specialty of the single sword. Until the single sword was also a sword formation, and the sword formation was also a single sword. All of this required diligent practice and countless deductions in one's mind so that the sword formation and the single sword would not be tied to each other, but would instead expand each other. Lu Xiaoyi's swordsmanship cultivation, after the single sword in the foundation establishment stage, developed to the sword formation system before and after the core formation stage. Now, he was starting to fuse the two. This was also what every sword cultivator with ambition was doing. They were constantly changing, adapting to their own realm, and constantly improving themselves. They would break things up and work together, and then break things up again when they were done. This was how sword techniques gradually improved while constantly breaking the old framework. He did not learn any new swordsmanship, but only dabbled in it. Especially in the 5 elements escape, this was the first thing he comprehended in the Jindan realm that was close to the Dao realm. There was no reason for him not to deepen and strengthen this aspect. His current cultivation was still shallow, but when he reached the middle stage of the Jindan realm, he would consider whether his second main cultivation method would be the 5 elements great shift. In his free time, he would go to the Yellow Rock Canyon in Central Continent, that was the lair of the Blood River sect, or Joshan, where many Gu cultivators gathered. To him, these two orthodoxies were very unfamiliar and interesting. The Yellow Rock Canyon was a lava canyon that was over 5,000 miles long and hundreds of feet deep. It was a strange terrain formed when the Earth's crust was compressed and cracked when the land of exile was first formed. It was like a giant snake that stretched across the northern part of the land of exile. The canyon was thousands of miles long and was filled with thousands of caves of different depths. Other than the Blood River sect cultivators, there were billions of bloodbats that were the other owners of this place. The Blood River was like a blood-colored rainbow in the canyon. Countless blood bats flew in the rainbow, increasing the majesty of the Blood River. A figure jumped up and down in the Blood River, flying swords shuttling back and forth. It was as if he was flying by air, but not a single bloodbat was killed. Not long after, a figure jumped out and laughed loudly. "Give me some more time, I will definitely find traces of a blood rat like you." The Blood River retracted and Daoist Chang Shui appeared. Where would you find the time? Every time you enter and exit the Blood River, it is a new beginning. Do you think I'll do the same the next time just because I've found my tracks this time? The two came to a balcony outside a huge cave in the canyon. There were all kinds of delicacies there. After sitting down, Lu Xiaoyi took a bite of a honey peach. "This is not bad, you didn't feed it with corpses, right?" Daoist Chang Shui shouted. "Blood River sect uses blood as its foundation, but we don't drink human blood, we sacrifice our own. Don't use your Shenyuan sword sect's way of doing things to measure Blood River sect. If we really talk about the ranking of ancient demonic sects, your sword vein is far above my Blood River sect." The two were already very familiar with each other. Their personalities were quite congenial, and it was also the result of their mutual efforts. Their original intentions were not pure. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to know some secrets of the land of exile, while Chang Shui wanted to form a good relationship with Blood River sect. They both had their own ulterior motives. But even if they had their own ulterior motives, they could still find each other's shining points in their interactions, as long as you were willing to look for them. In the process of making friends, some people would only see the unbearable side of the other party and nitpick on them. The result could be imagined. Some people were the opposite. They only saw the common points between themselves and the other, and were indifferent to differences, which often made it easier for them to become friends. Many cultivators used similar ideals as the first factor in making friends, which often solidified their circle and made them more and more intolerant of others. This was the reason why cultivators were alone. In fact, even people with different ideals could become friends, as long as you respected the other's ideals. Lu Xiaoyi did this, so he was accepted by the extreme Blood River sect cultivators. They could even experience the difference in the Blood River that they relied on for their lives. "That dragon god talisman, what is it? It looks so real, as if the dragon god's blessing really came down." Chang Shui pointed at him. "You are too curious, even interested in something that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the land of exile. Did Shenyuan discover something? If you don't tell me clearly, don't blame me for being secretive." Chang Shui was very sharp. He was not afraid of the Shenyuan swordsman's motives. He was afraid that they had motives but he did not know them. But what surprised him was that this swordsman was actually interested in the most common dragon god festival. This made him even more curious. Chapter 663. P.S. Guaranteed monthly votes. Lu Xiaoyi was very sincere. "It's not that Shenyuan discovered anything, but I'm a little confused. This originates from a special mystery. Unfortunately, you don't have it, so you can't feel it. This has nothing to do with Shenyuan or Blood River sect. It might have a profound impact on the universe's cultivation world, or it might just be my groundless fears. No one knows. Other than me, that includes my sect. So I can't tell you the truth now. What I can promise you is that if I can tell you one day, I won't hide it from you." Daoist Kai Shui sneered and said, "Please, you and I are just Jin Dan, not true monarch or half immortal, and have a profound impact on the universe. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? What mystery? I don't care. My blood river Great Tao is the greatest mystery in the universe. Seeing Swordsman staring at him with a smile, he said reluctantly, "Remember what you said today, I'm also a curious person. If I can change the universe's cultivation world, I don't mind adding fuel to the fire. This Fu Jiao has a long history. How long ago? I don't know. Anyway, it has already surpassed the records in the sect. This is an extremely obscure passage, it's more like a combination of meaningless word. Even the ancestors of Blood River sect had never truly understood the meaning of this. So our conclusion is that this is probably the sacrificial words left behind by the barbarians before the land of exile had its own cultivation world. They purposely used difficulty to confuse people's thoughts, to achieve a mysterious goal." Lu Xiaoyi said mockingly, "So your Blood River sect has been fooling everyone for tens of thousands of years. You don't know anything. You call your sect mysterious, but I think you're just ignorant and incompetent." Daoist Kai Shui was of course not convinced. "Don't slander me. It's not like my Blood River sect doesn't understand. The Jiyu Dao doesn't understand either. Heaven-defying sect calls itself a famous sect, but it's also sloppy. Everyone is just imitating and fooling around." Lu Xiaoyi asked, "In the land of exile, other than the heaven-defying sect, the Blood River sect, and the Jiyu Dao, is there no other sect that uses the talisman to worship the dragon god? Are the Fu Jiao of your three families exactly the same, or are there differences?" Daoist Kai Shui was very certain. There should be differences. This is the rumor of the previous generation of Blood River sect cultivators. They probably have seen the talismans of the other two sects. However, I have never seen it before, so I have no interest in it at all. If you didn't ask, I wouldn't even have thought about it. Which cultivator would be interested in a talisman used to entertain ordinary mortals? In the land of exile, only the three of us have such a thing. Every Dragon God festival is held in such a manner, and we take turns to host it. It's more of a habit than anything else. What do you want to know? Lu Xiaoyi was also worried. To be honest, I don't know either. I mean, that blessing of the Dragon God, have you never paid attention to whether it really exists? Daoist Kai Shui was very sharp. You mean, you can feel something? Lu Xiaoyi was very cautious. It's vague. If I could really feel something, I wouldn't have come to ask you. You know, it's just a guess. In the Dragon Boat Conference, the most common winners are the three of you. Basically, you're there every time, so if the Dragon God really has a blessing, the three of you will also receive the most blessings. Daoist Kai Shui understood a little. That includes you swordsmen. However, the success rate of the swordsman descendants in the land of exile is not high, and not many of them can go to the main world. Are there more benefits? Or are there more disadvantages? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I'm not sure about this, that's why I came to ask you. But the benefits and disadvantages are not important. My sword vein cultivates by myself, and I don't want to be disturbed by external forces. Daoist Kai Shui nodded. Exactly. On this point, Shenyuan and my Blood River sect are very similar. These words were a little exaggerated. At the very least, the Blood River sect in the land of exile could not be compared to Shenyuan. However, there was one thing that Daoist Kai Shui was right. The Blood River sect was one of the most stubborn among all the heterodox forces. This could also be seen from their situation in the land of exile for tens of thousands of years. When I was young, I also participated in the dragon boat race. That was 500 years ago. But personally, I don't think the so-called dragon god's blessing means anything to me. Theoretically speaking, if there is such a thing, and it can't appear at my current level, is there a need for it to exist? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. There were too few clues, and he could not connect the dots at all. He was also very curious. Why were there so many sorcerers in the Blue Sky Prairie who had luck? Why were there so few Jindan in the land of exile? What did this mean? Perhaps he felt that he had given too few answers and felt a little guilty, so Daoist Kai Shui took the initiative to say, I can give you a copy of the Fu Jiao. It's not a big deal. As for the Fu Jiao of the heaven-defying sect and the Jiyu Dao, I believe it can be easily obtained. It's not a secret skill, so who would treat it as a treasure? After leaving the Yellow Rock Canyon, Lu Xiaoyi found himself a little anxious. The secrets of the cultivation world could not be understood quickly and thoroughly as the goal. He had to fully consider the role of time in these secrets. If this was his destiny, even if he did not deliberately pursue it, the clues would automatically be exposed to him. If this was not his destiny, then what was there to pay attention to? He would just have to deal with whatever came his way. This annoying problem of luck had not helped him much in his 300 years of cultivation, but it had caused him a lot of trouble. He could not get rid of it, but he could not use it well. It was really troublesome, and it made him feel a little unbalanced. He remembered that when he was in Spearpoint Town, his mentality was very good. He hid from everything, and in the end, he still solved the problem while hiding. Now, he could not return to that state, because he had more responsibilities and more obligations. Lu Xiaoyi felt that he should be able to relax a little. He still had 4 appointments with Water Deity, so there was no reason for him to break it, right? He never owed anyone a favor, and of course, he did not want others to owe him a promise. As a cultivator, he should not be calculative, but there were some things that if you did not care about, others would treat you as a fool. But before he could ask for the debt, a sword letter found him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he had a rough understanding of it. Jimar Peninsula, something happened. The Surging Waves Pavilion's property in Jimar Peninsula was given to the Sea Clan of the South Sea by him, who had just arrived. In the past 20 years, the Sea Beast clan had been operating here carefully, as if they were treading on thin ice. They were very sensible, which was unusual. They did not seek to expand, nor did they want to make a big impact. To be honest, they could not expand the influence of the Sea Beast clan in human territory. It was not only a problem of orthodoxy, but also a problem of the difference in the nature of the clan. Therefore, they only treated Jimar Peninsula as a business area, opening the door widely and not rejecting guests from all over the place. The other 3 orthodoxies that competed with them did not make things difficult for them, because of Lu Xiaoyi's shock. But in the past few years, something happened in the South Sea, and the sea beasts could no longer sit still. Chapter 664. Lu Xiaoyi could only put down his cultivation in exile and return directly. Spiritual Master Nan's judgment of the situation was very accurate. He would not summon him easily, but if he did, it must be because someone else was unable to complete the task. What happened? Why is it burning? It's been a few years. I think we can take Li Peinan out for a walk. We can't always keep him like this. His swordplate is very good. Lu Xiaoyi complained habitually. Spiritual Master Nan was already used to it and ignored him. He can't do it. Just that one sword plate, after using it, he would become a cripple. Swordsman theory and basic skills still have a lot to improve. Moreover, he's not the victim, so it's useless for him to go. Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. What happened? Is it related to me? Spiritual Master Nan made a long story short. 4 years ago, the antlered centipede of the Southern Sea Beast clan was killed by a human. 1 year later, on the same day, another Jindan sea beast was killed in its nest. 3 years later, the same tragedy happened again. A Yuanying beast of the Southern Sea Beast clan found this person a few months ago. After a fierce battle, it was defeated and died. According to the report of the sea beast at the scene, it was a Jindan Taoist who should be from the 3 pure ones. What's interesting is that every time he killed a Jindan sea beast, it was on the 5th of March, which was the day you fixed your sword on Jimar Peninsula. Tell me, does this have anything to do with you? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Is he deliberately provoking Shenyuan? Spiritual Master Nan corrected him. His provoking you. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Martial uncle, do you have to use such a clumsy method to provoke me? Are you questioning Xuanyuan's decision on Jimar Peninsula? What is the sect thinking? I feel that if I just get rid of this person, it won't show the dominance of Shenyuan as the master of the northern region. Before dealing with this person, I should first deal with the notification temple. Doesn't he want to stand up for the notification temple? He should be given a result to let him know the consequences of offending the northern region. You're not still collecting evidence, right? Reverend Nan harumphed. What evidence? When I, Shen Yuan, do things, I never look at so-called evidence. Just a month ago, your martial uncle Cheng brought people to seal up the Record Keeper Temple. All cultivators were given a time limit to leave. Those who didn't leave had to accept the jurisdiction of my Mount Yi. Those Taoists might already be in the South Luo state right now. The three pure ones were not stupid either. They knew that after they stood out like this, the Chronicle Temple could no longer develop normally in the northern region, so they left happily. They do everything according to the rules, so it's not good for us to kill them. However, the person in the South Sea needs to be dealt with equally. So, other than you, there's no other choice. Coming here alone and slaughtering the South Sea, you're very confident. And there's also a Yuanying sea beast. Are the three pure ones declaring their strength to us? Lu Xiaoyi was a little surprised because this was a swordsman's way of doing things. Now that it was being used by a spell cultivator, it felt strange. Reverend Nan, on the other hand, was very serious. We've used our chess pieces in the South region and roughly figured out the origin of this spell cultivator. His name is Qing Xian. Like you, he's also from the fifth ring. Looking at the time, he knows that I, Shen Yuan, was transferred back from the fifth ring to become an elite. Needless to say, he's definitely a well-known figure among the fifth ring Jindan. He even knows that he has the strength to deal with you, but you can't let your guard down. Have you heard of this person in the fifth ring? Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. I don't know. Disciple had just formed his gold core, and before I could familiarize myself with the Jindan in the fifth ring, I was kicked to Qingkong. So, like you, I don't know anything. Reverend Nan sighed. He knew it would be like this. The South Sea Beast clan is a weak clan. It's not difficult to kill the Jindan, but if you can kill the Yuanying sea beast, that's a different matter. You have to investigate. Understood. The Blue Sky Sea clan was not a whole. In terms of area, almost 70% of the Blue Sky region was ocean. They were separated by the 7 great continents and didn't have much contact with each other. There were countless sea clans, but they were basically based on the continents they were close to. Humans were more used to distinguish the sea clans by the deep sea clans and the shallow sea clans. The deep sea clans were the core of the sea clans. They didn't easily get close to the human continents. They formed their own system and had nothing to do with humans. Among them, there were many big demons and Yuanying beasts. There were also some at the level of supreme. The shallow sea clans, as the name suggested, were the sea clans that were close to the continental shelf of the human continents. They had some form of contact with humans and would even trade with each other to a certain extent. They used the treasures in the sea to exchange for some items that they couldn't. However, their strength was relatively weak. The deep sea gave birth to the Jiao dragon, while the shallow sea gave birth to the turtles and shrimps. Most of the powerful sea beasts were only at the level of Jindan. For example, Lu Xiaoyi saw the Lurse Water Lord at the Jimar Peninsula. Yuanying beasts were extremely rare. Occasionally, there would be a few, but most of them would hide in the deep sea, because that was where the big demons lived. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for an elite human cultivator to establish his power in the sea. It was impossible for the same person to go to the deep sea. Even so, this three pure ones cultivator named Qing Xian was very powerful. He was able to kill one of the 3 Jindan beasts that Shen Yuan had made an agreement with. He was also able to kill the beasts at the same time on the 5th day of the 3rd month to establish his power. This showed that this person's control was very strong. He wasn't killing indiscriminately. This was a classic example of drawing a line. Shen Yuan didn't have to worry that he wouldn't accept it. When are you going? What do you need to prepare? Zhenren Nan asked. He wasn't too worried. Qing Xian could kill the Yuanying beasts. Xiaoyi on his side could also kill the Yuanying beasts. In terms of battle records, they weren't weak at all. At their level, it was easy to determine victory and defeat, but difficult to determine life and death. They were all elites from the 5th ring. Needless to say, they didn't need anyone to remind them of their battle experience. I'm leaving now. What's there to prepare? Why don't you give me a few pots of your good wine? I'm used to drinking your wine. If I drink anything else, it won't taste good anymore. Zhenren Nan reluctantly took out a few pots of wine. There's one thing I need to remind you. These South Sea demonic beasts aren't good people either. On the Jima Peninsula, they seem to be doing business honestly on the surface. But occasionally, they would eat humans. The worst ones were the 3 that were killed. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Oh, you're a person with perfect morals. Aren't you afraid that telling me this will mess up my state of mind and make me lose my killing intent? Zhenren Nan snorted. In your past experience, I don't see you ever letting go because of your opponent's morals. They're all about face. Who doesn't know each other? In addition, after this matter is settled, tell the South Sea tribe that the tribute will be increased by 20%. This is the price for opening their mouths. This was also a rule in the cultivation world. If the ability wasn't enough, the tribute would be made up. There was no such thing as pity. Chapter 665. The vast South Sea was turbulent. It was hurricane season, and even the usually calm South Sea had lost its usual warmth, revealing the true nature of the ocean. On a reef, a daoist sat cross-legged, allowing the wind and waves to hit him. However, it was as if he was a reef, soldered to the reef, not moving at all. He had been in Green Sky sect for 4 years and had never been dissatisfied. He had always wanted to go back to the sect's birthplace, but he didn't expect to return for such a reason. He felt that the sect was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if a swordsman who had just formed his gold core had succeeded in stabbing a sword into the 5th ring, what did that mean to someone of Jindan's level? It didn't mean anything. Jindan and foundation establishment were 2 different concepts. Although cultivation was also very important to a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, there was a limit to the amount of dharmic power a foundation establishment cultivator could hold. Therefore, some explosive Dao teachings and special methods could often achieve miraculous results. However, Jindan was different. The difference in dharmic power between a peak late-stage Jindan cultivator and an early-stage Jindan cultivator could be dozens of times. This also meant that it could form a terrifying dharmic pressure, continuous instant spells without any regard for cost. He had also heard the personal experiences of his senior and junior brothers who had fought with this sword cultivator. No matter how many times they said it, he felt that this was a stagnant mindset and a regression of courage. He couldn't be too direct in front of Gentle Breeze and the others, so he could only use his actions to show them what a true dharmic cultivator was. Times had changed, and battles between dharmic cultivators were no longer a battle of attrition. This concept was very popular in the 5th ring, but in Green Sky, everything was still slow and needed stimulation. He was one of the top 5th ring Jindan cultivators, but he was specially sent back to deal with a newly formed Jindan cultivator who had formed his gold core less than 100 years ago. This made him unhappy, even if Green Sky was a place he had always wanted to come back and experience. He was very clear about the sect's purpose in making such arrangement. For tens of thousands of years, the dharmic lineage had been on guard against the elites of the sword vein. They spared no effort in surrounding and intercepting them. Other than the fact that he didn't dare to use an upper realm cultivator to do it himself, he would never let go of any other opportunity. Since this cigarette but was able to stab a sword into the fish's leap and was able to dominate the internal and external sword during the foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a genius among geniusi. Even if he was just an outer sword, and his future prospects were far inferior to the inner sword, and his future potential was hard to predict, this still did not stop the law branch from being vigilant from the bottom of their heart. Thus, the 3 pure ones had to use the most orthodox method and send the strongest cultivator allowed by the rules. This was the inevitable choice of the 3 pure ones. He, who was ranked 3rd on the Jindan rankings, was fortunate enough to receive this mission. His goal was very clear: defeat him fair and square and kill him. This was the reason why he was here. He didn't try to hide it at all and placed everything on the table. Killing 1 beast a year. On the special day of the 5th day of the 3rd month. His purpose was not hard to guess. The first time he killed a beast, He might not be able to attract the attention of Mount Yi, but after the second or third time, he would spread the message without any words. This kind of message would be clear and unmistakable. Not to mention Shenyuan, even those small and medium-sized schools in the northern region would be able to make the correct judgment. This kind of provocation could be tolerated by small forces, but Shenyuan could not. In the tens of thousands of years of the sword vein's history, there had never been a swordsman who could endure such provocation. It was Lu Xiaoyi, who handled the South Sea matter. Since it had started, there must be an end. This was the conclusion he came to after careful consideration. When the law branch retaliated against the sword vein, the most difficult thing to do was to not be able to catch the culprit, let alone the war between cultivators. The sword vein's habit was to suddenly run out after a period of hibernation and stab the culprit a few times before disappearing without a trace. To put it nicely, it was called the traceless sword. Therefore, it was actually very difficult for him to find the swordsman's traces in the blue sky realm. Only the Jinma Peninsula at that time was left behind by the swordsman, which was also the most important tale left behind. Whether the swordsman would come or not, he did not consider this question. If the swordsman did not come, he would kill one beast a year in the South Sea for fun. He wanted to see how Mount Yi would swallow this anger. Attract a great demon? That was just a coincidence. After killing a nascent soul a few months ago, the sect behind him had already started to pressure the sea race in the deep sea. Moreover, he did not mind these kings of the sea race as long as they did not attack him together. If they came one after another, it would be a form of training for him. The entire plan was open and above board. For this reason, the three pure ones even willingly gave up the Chronicle Temple, the largest and most important stronghold in the northern region. In fact, they had no choice but to do so. If something really happened to Lu Xiaoyi, the Chronicle Temple would not be able to escape. His current position was about 2,000 miles away from the Jinma Peninsula coastline. It was just outside the boundary of the territorial sea, but it was still within the boundary of the shallow sea. The South Sea of the northern region was a little special. The seabed was gentle and there was a full 3,000 miles of seabed outside the continental shelf. This kind of terrain was just right for him to use as the swordsman's battlefield. To be able to be ranked third in the five-ring Jin Dan, Qing Xian naturally had his own strengths. Even if he did not really take his opponent seriously, he was still meticulous and considered every detail to the extreme. Of course, the only thing he did not consider when choosing the location of the battle was whether it would be beneficial to him. This was his pride and also where his Dao heart lay. His strength would not change because of the change of environment, whether it was the sea, the mountains, or the desert. In the sky above his head, even if the hurricane was in full swing, there was still a clear and turbid chi. It pierced through the cloud. This was the most famous of the three pure orthodoxies, the two signs of purity and turbidity. It was thousands of feet high and could be seen from afar. This was the vision of his natal cultivation technique. In fact, it was also a guide. The meaning was very clear. I am here, waiting for you to come and fight me. In the 4 years since he came to Qing Kong, he had always been in such a state. With an unimaginable concentration, he was at sea and enjoyed himself. The cultivation of his state of mind had already reached a certain level. Today was the 5th day of the 3rd month. If no one came, he would randomly find a Jindan sea beast in the shallow sea and kill it to show his attitude. As he waited, he suddenly stopped when he was about to turn around and search for the sea beasts. The thousands of feet high chi of purity and turbidity was like a giant radar. Although it was very obvious, it could clearly detect the changes of chi within 1,000 miles. Just like how his chi of purity and turbidity was eye-catching, a sword gleam swept across the sky without any concealment. Qing Xian let out a long breath. His old rival for tens of thousands of years was finally here. Although he did not hate the sea, to a cultivator who had been cultivating in the Celestial Mountains for 4 years, smelling the fishy smell of seafood was still not a pleasant process. His mind shook and the chi of purity and turbidity became even more vigorous. Vaguely, the hurricane coincidentally appeared around him and seemed to be focusing on where he was standing. It also allowed his senses to expand to every corner that the hurricane swept past. Under such senses, every move of the swordsman was vividly displayed in his mind, down to the smallest detail. This was control. The perfect use of the environment. It was not control for the sake of control, but control for the sake of killing. It was control for the sake of offense, control for the initiative. It was control based on the confidence of his cultivation base. Chapter 666. According to Qing Xian's understanding, being in the middle of the hurricane was equivalent to being in his control. Although he could not completely control the hurricane, that was the ability of a Yuanying stage Daoist master, but he could affect the hurricane to a certain extent. Under the situation where he did not change the direction of the wind, he could use the force of the hurricane. At the very least, he could affect the escape of the sword cultivator. Clear and turbid could also be understood as yin and yang. This was the Tao realm he dabbled in after entering the Jindan. The Tao realm was the specialty of the Yuanying spiritual masters, but in the current cultivation world, if one wanted to make a name for himself in the Jindan realm, he must have something he was good at. It was also because of his deep understanding of the Tao realm of yin and yang that he was able to achieve his current status in the Five Rings Jindan. The hurricane did indeed affect the swordsman's escape. His route was no longer a straight line, but instead, he was drifting along with the hurricane like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. It was as if he could not control his body. However, Qing Xian suddenly realized that his opponent's speed was not affected at all. He could control the hurricane to a certain extent, but his opponent was like a wind spirit, changing directions in his most familiar domain. The power of the five elements. Qing Xian's lips curled into a smile. Very good, this kind of battle would not be boring. He liked opponents who were tough, so that he could unleash his talents to the fullest. Only the weak would like to be crushed, while the strong would only want to be evenly matched. He formed the wind mudra with his hands and estimated the distance. A gust of wind appeared at a certain spot in the hurricane. The technique was instantaneous, but the wind was not instantaneous. This was the biggest characteristic of the wind elemental technique. It required a period of time to accumulate power in order to achieve a large area of effect and great power. It was also a technique that was closely related to nature. A good wind elemental cultivator was able to predict the opponent's trajectory perfectly, and when the wind was at its strongest, he would be able to catch up with the opponent. He had long heard that the swordsman was famous for his long range and heavy attacks. He did not know how heavy his heavy attacks were, but in terms of long range, he had already broken the legend of the swordsman. Firstly, his cultivation was several times stronger than his opponent, and secondly, he was able to take advantage of the hurricane. This was also a form of psychological warfare. It was to strike at the opponent's strongest point. The current peak five-ringed Jindan Dharma cultivators were no longer as conservative as their predecessors from 10,000 years ago. They were starting to resemble swordsmen in many aspects, especially in terms of combat. In extreme cases, spell warriors would appear, just like the swordsman. They would use their three axes, their most powerful skills, at the beginning of the battle. Qing Xian wasn't that extreme, but he was even more frightening. He was very clear on when he should become a tempering spell cultivator, and when he should become an instant spell warrior. The calculation was perfect. Just as the figure was about to appear 10 miles away, the tornado in the wind had already accumulated its power to the extreme. In an instant, the area within a few miles of the figure was covered by this powerful tornado. This wasn't an ordinary tornado. Forming it to envelop the opponent was only the first step. The second step was to create hailstorms. Under his control, the tornado would form countless hailstones the size of a person's head. One hailstone was naturally insignificant to a cultivator, but when tens of thousands of hailstones came crashing down like raindrops, they would wreak havoc within the tornado at a terrifying speed. The density of the hailstones was something that flying swords couldn't completely defend against. The third step was to cause the tornado to collapse. All of the energy would collapse inwards. This involved a hint of the Tao of space, but Qing Xian only knew how, not why. He could probably only shrink the tornado to a diameter of a few feet, but not to the extent that he could do it like some Yuaniing perfected monarchs who were proficient in space, shrinking the tornado to the size of a mustard seed. But to Jin Dan, this could still be considered a forbidden technique that wasn't a forbidden technique. It was an extremely complex technique. First wind, then feng shui, then feng shui, then feng shui, and space. The moment he made his move, Qing Xian used the forbidden technique that he was most proficient in. He wanted to use this to make a judgment. Should he choose the instantaneous technique in the battle against the swordsman? Or should he choose the most mediocre way to hone his cultivation? If the swordsman was trapped in the tornado, he would not hesitate to use the instantaneous technique, regardless of the cost. If the opponent easily escaped, he would have to consider if it was worth it to use the instantaneous technique excessively, considering the opponent's ability to deal with spell. But the swordsman chose the third path. It was as if he already knew that there was a trap waiting for him. With a mysterious acceleration, which was probably similar to the instantaneous short-distance movement of the heavenly sword ruler, he perfectly avoided the tornado. As soon as he appeared, several flying swords were already shot out one after another. It was a close combat. Qing Xian was alarmed. He was alarmed because if the heavenly sword ruler could be used, there must be flying swords in front of him. With his perception in the tornado, it was impossible for the opponent to not sense the swords in the process. There was only one conclusion. The swordsman had already released his flying swords before he got close to the tornado. His movement was a combination of the flying swords and the cultivator's body, which was why there was no leakage of spiritual energy when the flying swords were released. This was a cunning opponent. Or rather, an opponent with an unusually rich amount of combat experience. Qing Xian's interest was finally piqued. His desire for battle was unleashed. However, he didn't start to waste time like the traditional Dharma cultivators. Instead, he chanted softly and pointed his finger. Without a single spiritual artifact appearing, countless ice cones, wind blades, fire snakes, water arrows, wooden spikes, and golden spears all mixed together to form a torrent of spells that surged towards him. At the same time, he was stepping on yin and yang, stepping on Yu's gang. His entire body was moving around in a small space, but every step he took was an alternating transformation of yin and yang. The clear and turbid qi formed from this, one yin and one yang, one clear and one turbid qi, alternating with each other, helped him block the lightning-fast flying sword. The swords were heavy. They were as heavy as the rumors said. They were heavier than he imagined. But his yin and yang were not mixed up, clear and turbid. His defense was one of the most advanced defensive techniques of the three clear ones. It was not the traditional way of blocking with brute force. Instead, it was a comprehensive defensive technique that combined his steps, yin and yang, clear and turbid qi into one. It was called the Supreme Yin-Yang Shengang technique. To cultivate this technique, the requirements for the cultivator were very high. Firstly, the clear and turbid qi had to be controlled easily. Secondly, the yin and yang realm had to be at a higher level. Lastly, the cultivator's spiritual energy had to be at the peak of Jin Dan. Just this supreme yin-yang shengang technique alone took him hundreds of years to cultivate successfully. It almost took up his entire Jin Dan cultivation, but the returns were also huge. This was because he no longer needed any defensive spiritual weapons, talismans, or spells. He could put all his energy into attacking. Just like now, he was only circling around in a narrow space, but the flying swords in the air could not cause any substantial damage to him. One virtual and one real, one yin and one yang, clear and turbid. Not only did it prevent his opponent's flying swords from exerting force, it also made it difficult for him to even position himself. Every change forced his opponent to reposition himself, and after repositioning himself, he crossed over to the next yin and yang. This endless cycle was a dead knot. Chapter 667. Lu Xiaoyi felt that it was very difficult for him. If his tactic was to control the sword in a large area, then this Daoist's tactic was to control the sword in a small area. If this had happened to him when he first came to Qing Kong, he would have already lost. But now it was different. He had transformed 2 sword formations and had a deep understanding of the 5 elements. Most importantly, he had already touched upon the essence of controlling the sword, unrestrained and unrestrained. His 7 flying swords didn't have a fixed form at all. They were constantly changing and combining. A moment ago, it was still the 7 stars sword formation, and the next moment, it could become the 5 elements sword formation. Perhaps 6 flying swords would form a pressure, and 1 flying sword would attack. Perhaps 3 flying swords would form a sword net to intercept, and 4 flying swords would attack. There was never a fixed shape. Even the sword formation was often in an incomplete state. It could be completed at any time, but it was also chaotic. His figure also did not circle around Qing Xian. After attacking and defending a few times, he suddenly jumped up to Qing Ming. He could even find time to drink the wine given to him by Nan Zhenren. When strange fish swam by on the sea, he could even catch them to see clearly. The only question was whether or not to chase. This was the advantage of controlling the sword in a large area and letting go of the mind. This was also the rare sword heart that swordsmen often pursued but could not obtain. His cultivation was not enough. If it was not enough, he could leave. When he felt that a fierce attack was not effective and needed a breather, he could just jump away. He was trying to find a way to deal with Qing Xian's wonderful footwork. What was the most effective attack? How to judge where his next step came from? How to disrupt the balance of yin and yang? How to mix the clear and turbid qi? There was no technique without a weakness, as long as he had enough time. But while he appeared relaxed, the pressure was equally great. When an instantaneous spell warrior attacked with all his strength, the technique's pervasive characteristics were magnified to the extreme. Even Lu Xiaoyi's sword formation could not completely block it. Unless he gave up on attacking. For the first time, he felt the terror of Jin Dan's peak spell warrior when he focused on the foundation of the technique. The power was simple and pure. What was terrifying was the casting time. Basically, there was no pause at all. It was purely the accumulation of basic skills. However, once this accumulation reached a certain scale, it was comparable to a never-ending forbidden technique. Lu Xiaoyi did not have many opportunities to attack. Compared to Qing Xian, he only had a 4 to 6 chance of winning. This was one of the rare occasions in his Daoist cultivation where he was at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Qing Xian realized that she might be in trouble. This was because his opponent didn't seem like the legendary swordsman with a sense of glory and a desire to win. Instead, he seemed like a scoundrel. He could no longer occupy the eye of the hurricane, because his opponent would fly out and drink a mouthful of wine while fighting. This meant that the swordsman didn't see this battle as a battle of honor between the 3 pure ones and Shen Yuan. There was no way he could exhaust the swordsman's mana. He was certain that the moment his mana ran out, the swordsman would run for his life. A clear signal was, "You can decide the space of the battle, and I can decide the time." To him, using the supreme yin-yang Shengang for defense and basic spell attacks was his best offensive and defensive system. Of course, he had more complicated attack methods, but at the same time, it also meant that he would be in a dangerous situation. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect balance between offense and defense. His current system was the closest to perfection. If he wanted to change it, he would have to pay a price. He also had a few ways to control his opponent, but the so-called control was relative. This was the balance of the heavenly axiom. Controlling his opponent required more energy than killing him. This also meant that he couldn't maintain a perfect defense while controlling his opponent at the same time. Lu Xiaoyi leaped and disappeared into the clouds. He borrowed the wind and thick clouds to block Qing Xian's spiritual perception. The next moment, he suddenly pounced. Qing Xian's technique was activated again, but who knew that this pounce was just a feint? It looked ferocious, but in reality, it was just a figurehead. He returned to the clouds again. This happened a few times. Whenever Qing Xian let his guard down, he wanted to confirm whether the swordsman's pounce was real, but the flying sword had already arrived. Qing Xian stepped on yin and yang, and the flying sword pierced through his clear and turbid qi. He didn't want to continue the battle. Wherever the flying sword passed, he disappeared without a trace, once again escaping from the spell's attack rain. In terms of attack speed, even the fastest basic spell was not on the same level as the flying sword. Qing Xian was having a headache. His supreme yin-yang Shengang was good at interpreting yin and yang in a small space, but it wasn't suitable for chasing after enemies in a large area. When the swordsman used his sword to the extreme, unless he gave up his strongest defense, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the swordsman's rhythm. The battle turned into a battle where both sides sang their own tune and played their own trumpet. No one was willing to fight to the death in the opponent's field of expertise. This was the guidance of battle experience, and also the reality of abandoning the so-called face. When the swordsman was no longer hot-blooded, and when the spell cultivator gave up on the so-called tradition, the battle went in a strange direction. If the battle continued like this, there wouldn't be a result even if they fought for 10 years. But neither side would take the initiative to leave. That would mean taking the initiative to retreat. If Qing Xian left first, he wouldn't have the face to interfere in the dispute in the South Sea. If Lu Xiaoyi left, the rules he set in the South Sea would be gone. Therefore, he had to hold on. Qing Xian gave up on a few of his more common control methods. In his life, he spent most of his energy on the Tao of spells on the supreme yin-yang Shengang steps. His attack methods were simple basic spells to the extreme, and his dabbling in forbidden spells was limited. Since the swordsman was good at using his sword, he would definitely have many ways to escape. If he recklessly used control, he would be putting himself in danger. Because no one could use the supreme yin-yang Shengang steps, forcefully control the barrier, and unleash a powerful forbidden spell at the same time. There had to be a trade-off. He chose forceful control, but what would he give up on? Attack. What was the point of controlling the opponent? Give up the supreme yin-yang Shengang steps. What would he use to defend? The space was too big. He couldn't suppress his cultivation and turn it into a victory. There was a gap in his evasion techniques. He was strong in combining evasion and defense in a limited space, but weak in long-distance abrupt rises and falls. To him, the most practical thing now was to change the battle space and environment. The space and the vast sea were originally his choices, but because of the swordsman's shrewdness, they lost their meaning. But now, he could change the environment once more. This was also the best application of his clear and turbid qi. It was the realization he had gained over the years. He stealthily approached the surface of the sea, and at the same time, began to gather a waterspout on the surface of the sea. This was his preference when it came to spells, just like the dangerous tornado at the beginning of the battle. This hobby had been running through his life of cultivation. He even liked to eat all kinds of rolls, meat rolls, flour rolls, spring rolls. Rolls were powerful and had a wide range, but they needed time to gather. As expected, the swordsman understood and wasn't afraid of his waterspout. He could clearly tell that the waterspout was still a few breaths away from being a threat. The flying sword suddenly appeared, but the waterspout didn't change. This was an illusion. His real intention was to use his clear and turbid qi. Chapter 668. In the sky, Qing Xian's two qis of clear and turbid qis were retracted and released. The environment was inverted as well. The sea became the sky, and the sky became the sea. This was based on a mysterious space displacement. Jin Dan should not have such an ability, but the three qis of clear and turbid qis of clear and turbid qis under the infusion of a cultivator's great mana, and in a familiar environment, they could barely do it. Lu Xiaoyi was instantly pressed to the bottom of the sea. His original position was close to 10,000 feet in the air. With this reversal of environment, his position was based on the sea level and he was pushed 10,000 feet below the sea level. Qing Xian was originally 2,000 feet above the sky, so naturally, it was pushed 2,000 feet below the sea level. Lu Xiaoyi's first reaction was not to walk towards the surface of the water. This was the most instinctive reaction of a normal person, but he did not. As a cultivator with a deep understanding of the 5 elements, his 100 years of hard work on the 5 elements had finally paid off. Therefore, he dug even deeper. At the same time, the sword spirits quickly shifted their swords to form the true 5 elements sword array. In the previous battle, his 5 elements sword formation showed that his Tao state was not enough. Because the sword spirit was of the 5 elements, but the flying sword itself was still of the original material. This made Qing Xian not particularly concerned about his 5 elements ability. But now that it had entered the water, the sword spirit changed the sword body in the sword case and it had become the real 5 elements sword formation. In particular, the water attribute flying sword was like a tiger that had grown wings in this environment. The underwater environment was beneficial to water-type spells, but it was a hindrance to sharp objects like flying swords. This was the main reason why the swordsman was dragged into the underwater environment. As for the swordsman's decision to dive into the water, it was in line with his unconventional nature. In fact, Qing Xian had already prepared a suitable water-type technique and was just waiting for him to float up. Since he did not float up, it was just to buy him some time. He relied on the fact that he could freely use the profound handle steps in the water. This made him, in a certain sense, invincible. Both of them had something to rely on. One was in the shallow layer, while the other was in the middle layer. They were looking for opportunities. But the accident came even more suddenly than their tit-for-tat. This was the territory of the sea beasts of the South Sea. In the past 4 years, 3 Jindan sea demons and 1 Yuanying patriarch had perished, causing the sea beasts of the South Sea to hate Qing Xian to the core. The 3 purities were able to stop the deep-sea sea tribe from lending a helping hand. They were able to warn the Yuanying sea creatures not to interfere, but they were unable to stop the South Ocean Jindan sea creatures from taking revenge. It was their right. It was true that they couldn't beat him, but they could monitor him at any time. This was the sea, their territory, and there were countless sea demons of all sizes that listened to their orders. The battle between Qing Xian and the swordsman had only just begun, but the news had already spread like wildfire under the water. Even though it looked like the turbulent waves were caused by the hurricane, in reality, there were already a large number of sea beasts gathering under the surface of the sea. They were either there to watch the battle or to take advantage of the situation to add insult to injury. They were there to see the final result and the progress of the battle. They didn't expect that the battle between the 2 parties would go from the air to the water. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the sea beasts who were born and raised in the sea. Comparatively speaking, the sea beasts' thinking was still a far cry from the scheming and astute humans. The huge losses they had suffered over the past few years made them choose to strike at the first opportunity. They didn't think about the consequences or the far-reaching consequences. Do you need to think so much when you kill my beast in my home? Of course, as an intelligent species, they didn't go into battle bare-chested. Instead, they chose a method that was more suitable for the current situation. The turbulence of the sea surface and the raging hurricane was the easiest way to create a unique phenomenon in the sea, especially under the instructions of the Jindan sea beast. A huge wave of sea beasts was forming nearby. Billions of schools of fishes, prawns, clawed beasts, jellyfish, aggressive sharks, and so on. The number was so huge that it was unimaginable. There were even chi refinement beasts, foundation building spirits, and Jindan beasts that had gained sentience. They were like a flood of seafood, rushing towards the place where the 2 of them were fighting. In the home ground of the sea beasts, even the powerful Qing Xian and Lu Xiaoyi couldn't contend with them in such an environment. Fighting against thousands of soldiers and horses alone? That was wishful thinking. No matter how exquisite their water escape technique was or how profound their Shengang steps were, under the fearless onslaught of the school of fishes, any thoughts of resistance would be suicidal. Both of them were in a difficult situation. Qing Xian was in a difficult situation because he was the main target of the sea beast. No matter how amazing his Shengang steps were, how could he avoid such a brutal onslaught? He didn't even dare to hurt a single one of them, even if it was an ordinary fish. This was because the smell of blood would make the sea beasts even more irritable. Without sentience, it meant that they could only act on instinct. Under normal circumstances, their ancestors could still restrain them to a certain extent. However, under the bloodthirsty state, even the gods couldn't do anything about it. They would devour every foreign object they encountered along the way. The only good news for him was that he wasn't too far away from the surface of the sea. He was only 2,000 to 3,000 feet away from the surface of the sea. Lu Xiaoyi was also in a difficult situation. He was in a difficult situation because he was too deep in the water. At a depth of almost 10,000 feet, it was difficult for him to surface immediately. The sea beasts knew who was the enemy, but the sea beasts didn't. His advantage was that the pressure he could withstand was limited. The most ferocious fishes were all charging towards the unlucky Qing Xian. His flying sword, especially that water attribute flying sword, could be used for sneak attacks. However, under the condition that his opponent was still using his Shengang steps, it was hard to tell how far he could achieve it. Pride was deeply rooted in the heart of every swordsman. Injuring his opponent in such a situation would also cause a large number of sea beasts to die. He didn't want that to happen. He wasn't a soft-hearted person on the outside. Using the environment to his advantage when he was killing had never caused any psychological barrier. In fact, he often took the initiative to take advantage of the environment. However, it wasn't suitable for the current situation. He was a well-matched opponent. Even in some aspects, he was inferior to him. He needed this kind of training. He hoped that he could defeat him fair and square one day. Most importantly, as Qing Xian was trying his best to surface, he saw two things that he was extremely interested in. The first reason was that he was far from being able to discover the true profundity of the profound aura steps from his previous intermittent attacks. However, under the reckless attacks of the sea beasts, he was gradually able to see a lot of substantial things, allowing him to see the pattern and a glimmer of hope to break it. He didn't understand yin and yang, so he needed time. Those Taoists tried their best to hide their secrets during the battle, but now they had no choice but to reveal their secrets. This was much more meaningful than ambushing him now. The second thing was that Qing Xian used all his strength to reveal something in his mind. Lu Xiaoyi was extremely familiar with the fate. However, unlike him who used the sword spirit and the colors of nature to conceal it, the Daoist Qing Xian's method of concealing his fate was yin and yang, a domain that he was unfamiliar with. Chapter 669. When the two emerged from the sea, they were already dozens of miles away from each other. Their fighting spirit had faded. Qing Xian sighed and turned to fly into the depths of the sea. Lu Xiaoyi had no intention of chasing after him, but it was not over yet. The three Pure Ones had sent this guy from the distant 5 rings not to test his fighting power, but to kill him. He knew this very well. The three Pure Ones knew that as time passed, killing him would become more and more difficult. After his cultivation increased, it would no longer be a mission that could be completed openly. Hence, they had to do it as soon as possible. It was a sea beast. Loathsome Water Monarch cautiously approached. They had met once in the Mo Ma Peninsula. Fellow Daoist Yang, will he come back? In the Azure Sky Great World, the demonic beasts had always been at a disadvantage, especially the sea tribes in the shallow sea. Their problem was that they did not know who to rely on. Was it the deep sea tribes of the same origin? Or was it Shen Yuan, the overlord of the North region? He won't come back. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at it. He did not doubt that if they had made a mistake, the sea beasts would not let him go after killing Qing Xian. Even though the sea beasts did not seem to be very smart, they still knew the basics of framing. This was the reason why there were still waves of beasts coming for him. The sea demons only wanted to see if they could keep Qing Xian here forever, and he was their second target. In the world of cultivation, there were countless obstacles. Just because Shen Yuan was the overlord of the north didn't mean that everyone would lick his boots. Behind his back, people would never stop. This was the unchanging rhythm of the world of cultivation. But if you South Sea demons do not control your behavior, Bai Xian will come after Qing Xian. Then, how will you speak? Of course, the Lok Shui Lord knew what he was talking about. I told them not to listen. They are used to being wild, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Rules are not for show. They need to be established. If you are willing to use this method to solve every problem, I don't mind. Maybe there are many demons in the South Sea, so it doesn't matter if you lose a few. In the future, Your annual tribute will be increased by 30%. Is there a problem? Qing Xian flew all the way to Nanju. After this failure, the opponent was already mentally prepared. It would be difficult to find a similar opportunity again. Even if there was, it would be hard for him to imagine meeting this swordsman again. How could he kill him? It was not difficult to defeat him. The difference in cultivation was not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. The key was how to turn victory into killing intent. In the final stage of the beast tide, he had the opportunity to create chaos, and that was a massacre. He could drag himself and the swordsman into the rampaging beast tide. He had the profound aura steps, so in terms of danger, he wasn't more dangerous than the swordsman. However, the prerequisite for doing so was the death of countless sea beasts, mortal beasts and Foundation establishment beasts, but he wasn't willing to do this. In the past 4 years, the 3 Jindan sea beasts that he had killed had all swallowed humans. He had the 3 Pure Ones secret technique, so he could easily identify this. Even if they were the people of the northern region, they were still humans. He would never treat them differently. Whether it was the southern region or the northern region, humans were a race. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. The elders in the sect commented that if he could get rid of the so-called moral insistence in his heart, he would be able to reach a higher level. However, although he seemed to agree on the surface, he didn't think so in his heart. He had his own insistence, and it was because of his insistence that he had everything he had now. Since he was walking on the right path, why should he listen to the so-called advice of others? He was who he was. There were countless lives in the beast tide, and he would only kill those that deserved to be killed. This was his principle. In his entire life, he had never killed a spirit that he shouldn't kill. Of course, the battle of orthodoxy was another matter. For people like him and the swordsman, since they had already stepped on the path of defying the heavens, it didn't matter if they deserved to die or not. If the heavens were fair, they deserved to die. There was also fate. Lu Xiaoyi discovered that he had fate when he was dealing with the beast tide with all his might, and it was already nearing the end of the battle. However, he discovered that Lu Xiaoyi had fate not long after the battle began. When Lu Xiaoyi's 7 sword spirits came out, he no longer needed to protect his fate. This magical ability didn't come from the secret teachings of the 3 Pure Ones, and the 3 Pure Ones didn't have anything similar to the ability to see each other's fate. He relied on a special opportunity that gave him the opportunity to fuse with a magical yin-yang eye stone. This was the reason why he could understand yin and yang in depth when he was still in Jindan. This was also the reason why he was good at things like wind tornadoes, water tornadoes, fire tornadoes, and earth tornadoes. This was the power of the yin-yang eye. It allowed him to easily control the yin and yang tai chi rotation, unlike most cultivators who would lose control as soon as the tornadoes started to rotate. The yin-yang eye had its magical properties, but it couldn't directly see through people's minds, let alone their fate. However, there was one special thing about the yin-yang eye. Not only could it see people, but it could also see oneself. After hundreds of years of in-depth study and observation of this ball of providence in his mind, he had a unique understanding of the form of energy in the ball of providence through his yin-yang eyes. To achieve this, in addition to talent, he also needed a fortuitous encounter with his yin-yang eyes, and he also needed to have such a ball of providence. That was why he could see it, but other Zhenren and perfected immortals who were also proficient in yin and yang might not be able to see it. This was because they didn't understand the form of energy in the ball of fate. This kind of yin-yang identification technique couldn't solve the obstruction of the sword spirits, but after the sword spirits left, it could decipher the colors of nature. The essence of nature was the 5 elements and yin and yang. Then, he discovered the form of energy that he was familiar with. Although it was still different from his, it was bigger and stronger, and he didn't know how many people's fate it had devoured to accumulate to its current level, but their essence was the same. As people with fate, there was no need to be so anxious to kill each other. Ever since Qing Xian built his foundation, he felt fate on his body and had devoured a few people's fate. However, he had never taken the initiative to attack with the reason of devouring fate. Basically, it was devoured passively, and it was challenged by others. Among these people, there were enemies, fellow cultivators, and even senior and junior brothers. This was the secret of their circle, and no one would reveal it in front of others. However, he belonged to the moderate faction in this circle. Because of the yin-yang eye, because he was the backbone of the sect, and because he had gone to many outer realms with the 3 Qing floating rafts, he had long suspected that the people with fate were distributed throughout the universe, and not just in the 5 rings. Therefore, he wasn't too keen on snatching fate. Things were clear: even if he had the power to dominate one part of the universe, could he snatch the entire universe? What about the other parts of the universe? Before he figured out the truth, he was more inclined to be cautious and observe. Chapter 670. Returning to Nanluo Ningzhou, he headed straight to Longhuan Blessed Land. The 3 Pure Ones, this name in Taoism was the epitome of Taoism, but in this part of the universe, it had undergone many changes of separation and unification. In ancient times, in the Azure Sky Big World, there was a sect called Taishang Induction Sect. They cultivated the 3 Pure Ones, the purest form of Taoism. However, due to an internal change, Taishang Induction Sect was divided into 3, which resulted in Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing. In fact, their ancestors were the same, and their inheritance was more or less the same, but each had its own emphasis. This was something that happened 50,000 years ago. Another thing was the Zhuozhou Galaxy's attack on the Sirius Galaxy 20,000 years ago, which was named the 5 Rings. As the orthodox Taoism, the 3 Pure Ones actively participated, and they also reaped enough benefits from the 5 Rings. However, the problem was that the 5 Rings was not the Azure Sky Big World, where there were many strong sects. Not to mention other things, just the giant Supreme Sect and the rising Shenyuan Sword Sect alone made the 3 Pure Ones feel heavy pressure. Therefore, in the 5 Rings, the 3 Pure Ones unified into one sect. They did not change back to Taishang Induction Sect, but unified under the name of 3 Pure Ones. However, what they found strange was that even though they appeared as the 3 Pure Ones on the 5 Rings, in their hometown, the Azure Sky Big World, the 3 Pure Ones were not unified. They still lived their own lives. Taiqing was in Nanluo Ningzhou, Yuqing was in Donghai Linju, and Shangqing was in Zaragoza. Later on, the Azure Sky spiritual opportunity declined and was lost again. It became Shangqing was still in Shisha, while Taiqing and Yuqing were squeezed in Nanluo. Comparing the origins of the sects, Qingxian actually came from the Shangqing branch of the 3 Pure Ones. It was also one of the more solitary branches of the 3 Pure Ones. Although this branch was not as good as Taiqing and Yuqing in terms of quantity and foundation, it had always been unique in terms of talent. When talking about the outstanding people of the 3 Pure Ones, they could not get around the Shangqing branch. However, Qingxian came back to carry out a mission, not to visit family and friends. Therefore, he still had to report to Longhuan Blessed Land, because it was an indisputable fact that Taiqing was the leader of the 3 Pure Ones. No one stopped him along the way. He reached the 3 pristine treasured palace. He did not have any good friends here. After all, he had only been here for a short time. Most of the time, he had been trapped in the South Sea of the northern region. He did not have any opportunities. Even if he had the chance, he wouldn't think much of the cultivators here. This was the unique characteristic of the prime clear lineage. They were more aloof and more pure, leaning towards the legacies of ancient Taoism. They didn't fit in with the current Taoism. There were conflicts everywhere. Even the hot-blooded sword vein had countless factions and groups, not to mention the 3 clear ones who were known for their scheming. The Prime Clear and Jade Clear ones had always been at odds with each other and had great internal strife. However, their relationship with the Grand Clear ones was still able to be maintained. If he looked down on others, others would naturally look down on him as well. As a matter of fact, when he returned this time, the Taoists who had received the news long ago gave him a meaningful look. The general idea was, "Aren't you very awesome?" Why was it that after setting out, they still ended up returning empty-handed? He didn't care either. It wasn't worth it for a vulgar person. How could a sparrow know the aspiration of a blue bird? When he entered the three clear treasured palace, a few Taoists were chatting. There was even a perfected monarch among them. Qing Xian bowed to them one by one and stood at the side, listening quietly. They were probably talking about some methods to repair the Five Elements Mountain. This was a strange thing that he knew after he came here. The Five Elements Mountain, the famous mountain of the Taiching sect, had its spirituality greatly damaged. It couldn't be repaired without thousands of years. In the end, they still didn't know who did it. It was really strange. After discussing for a while, the Taoists looked at him. Among them, Daoist Kusanagi, who was in charge of this matter, asked, "Qing Xian, you're back? Did you gain anything from this trip?" Qing Xian's expression was calm. He wasn't depressed because of the failure. "I lured Shenyuan cigarette but to attack me at the southern sea of the North region. After a fierce battle, it's a pity that I couldn't succeed. This is my fault. I'll find another chance and come up with another plan. However, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed next time. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Masters." Kusanagi laughed. They already knew about this news. "Oh, why do you think so? Is it because that Shenyuan cigarette butt's strength isn't inferior to yours? I heard that this person formed his gold core less than 100 years ago, but you're an old gold core that's more than 300 years old. You're both five-ringed heroes. Why is this person so difficult to deal with?" Qing Xian spoke the truth. "My strength is above his. However, due to the limitations of the environment, I couldn't turn my advantage into a killing move. This person's sword movements are very graceful. It's very difficult to catch him. Moreover, he doesn't care about the so-called honor." The people here were all old nascent souls who had interacted with Shenyuan for their entire lives. They knew what he meant. HMPH, HMPH. So you've comprehended Xuanyuan's wretched sword heart? Graceful. You really know how to speak good words for others. I heard that in the end, it was because of the intervention of the Southern Seas sea race that caused you to return empty-handed. A Daoist master asked. Qing Xian disagreed. "It has nothing to do with the Southern Seas sea race. Their beast tide is the same to me and cigarette butt. The effect is the same. Whether or not they caused trouble, it's very difficult for me to kill this person under normal circumstances." Kusanagi master looked at him. "Then, are you planning to give up?" Qing Xian didn't hesitate. This disciple came here to accept the order of the upper hall's joint meeting. "I don't have the option of giving up. However, I wish to change the battle environment. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for me to succeed. I need to make preparations. I seek the support of all the senior uncles here." Kusanagi master nodded. "As long as you don't lose your mind and remain unfazed by honor and disgrace, there's still a chance. What I want you to know is that this cigarette butt's harm to the three clear ones isn't limited to his potential. In fact, it's a very serious consequence. Thus, killing this person isn't without reason. There's a cause and effect. As Taoists, the old Taoists here all understood the prime clear lineage's bad habit of thinking highly of themselves. They were afraid that he would have some so-called moral thoughts and feel that the sect shouldn't deal with a swordsman who was suppressed just because of his potential. This was a kind of reminder and also a disguised warning. Oh! Qing Xian was very surprised. It seemed that this fellow only killed the Knowledge Chronicle Temple's Weibo after coming to Clear Sky Continent. It didn't seem to be that serious. After all, the Knowledge Chronicle Temple didn't belong to the three clear ones. As for Gentle Breeze and the other two, nothing happened to them. Kusanagi master said seriously, "According to our investigation, the Five Elements Mountain was attacked in the Thousand Chances Valley of the Eastern Sea. A few years before the incident, when the Thousand Chances Valley changed hands, there was a Shenyuan swordsman who went to the Eastern Sea to bring Lady An back to the northern region. However, he didn't succeed. After that, your Gentle Breeze and the other two fought with him. After our investigation, we found that the cigarette butt had communicated with the late clan leader of Lady An before he left. We estimate that he must have obtained some kind of secret method to control the Thousand Chances stone pillar. Although we don't know the actual situation, we can't be wrong. After that, he must have sneaked into the Thousand Chances Valley and tampered with our Five Elements sacred mountain. causing it to lose a lot of its spirituality. Let me ask you, when you fought with him, was his 5 elements ability outstanding? Qing Xian nodded. That's right. I found it strange. I've never seen a swordsman who could go so deep into the 5 elements Dao realm in the Jindan stage, Kusanagi Master said fiercely. That's right. When your gentle breeze and the others fought with him, they didn't see his 5 elements ability. How did he improve so much in just a few years? This doesn't conform to the rules of cultivation. Unless he converted the spirituality of the 5 elements sacred mountain into his own 5 elements ability. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.